All right. All right. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our regular council meeting for July 30th, 2025. We do have Councillor Cole Hamilton zooming in this evening. Thanks for doing that. And just like to start by respectfully acknowledging that we are meeting on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. And we'll move into adoption of minutes for July 16th. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, we will accept them unanimously and move into official community plan project interim update. And I'll pass it over to staff. Mr. Garber.
Thank you. Through the mayor, Nancy Goddard, our manager of community sustainability planning, is going to give an introduction to the briefing note, and then we have staff from our consulting planning firm available remotely for questions.
Thank you. So the briefing note before council is to present information on the existing official community plan, land designation, and the existing zoning bylaw capacity analysis, as well as housing policy requirements in accordance with Bill 44 provincial housing legislation, and to provide an update on the OCP project status and remaining timeline. The reason that the OCP is being reviewed at this time is due to provincial legislation introduced in 2023 that states that OCPs and zoning bylaws in BC municipalities must be reviewed to ensure they have sufficient land designated and zoned to accommodate 20 years of projected housing needs. The provincial deadline for any amendments to be made to OCPs and zoning bylaws to ensure this requirement is met is December 31st of this year. This means that if any changes to said bylaws are required, they must be adopted by that time. The city has retained consulting firms of B&A Studios and Stantec to review the Courtney's existing OCP and zoning bylaw for compliance with the legislation, and the consulting team led by Adam Mattinson, who's participating by Zoom, conducted an assessment of Courtney's existing OCP policies, land designations, and zones, and have determined the city is currently meeting the required minimum provincial requirements for sufficient policy foundation, land designated, and zoned to support the housing needs. The legislation does not dictate a specific method to calculate sufficient land capacity and zoning, so I'll provide some highlights of the methodology the project team used. It looked at maximum potential residential development under current zoning. It evaluated the likelihood of redevelopment of a parcel and included only those properties with higher likelihood of redevelopment based on whether vacant, age of building, and difference between value of improvements of the property and of the land. It netted out parcels that were in environmentally sensitive areas, floodplain, steep slopes, or agricultural land reserve. And the analysis indicates that there are nearly 10,000 dwelling units that could be built within the existing zoned land. The 20-year housing need measured from 2021 is 8,300 approximately. So the target need number is below the zoned capacity. And I'll also note that since 2021, a little over 1,600 new units have been built and occupied, which means that there is a zoned capacity surplus of a little over 3,000 units. And turning now to the requirements for policies to encourage the mix of housing options, 7 categories of housing are to have policy support: affordable housing, rental, special needs, housing for seniors, for families, shelters to address homelessness, and all of the housing should be in proximity to transportation such as walking, cycling, and transit. Page 3 of the report shows how Courtney's OCP policies support those types of housing. And staff have met with ministry staff to share our findings and determine if the city is meeting the legislative requirements. And staff at the city, the ministry, and the consulting team have collectively evaluated that the current OCP and zoning bylaw meet the test of legislative requirements. So one might ask, is our work done on these files? And the answer is no. For the OCP, the work continues on, creating more action-oriented policy to support the targeted need for housing, not just on the housing units as a general concept. The new legislation also allows for inclusionary zoning to require affordable housing units, as well as density benefits and bonus provisions. And we need to make these policies stronger and more implementation oriented in order to enable them in the zoning bylaw. We're also looking at the completeness of our community to ensure that we're planning for a range of needs as well as the units. And there are expanded works and services powers that can be enabled through OCP policy to allow more frontage improvements through building permits. A local area plan hierarchy and framework is also being proposed for the OCP to set clear expectations on what will be included in detailed local area plans after the OCP is adopted. And then in terms of the zoning bylaw, it requires significant modernization, even outside of any legislative requirements, which is why that work is continuing. It will also need to be tweaked to ensure that we're zoning more intentionally for housing where we wish to see it occur, such as in the primary and secondary growth centers. And finally, I'll conclude with the timeline. The OCP update is still structured across 3 phases. We're concluding phase 2, and phase 3 is just starting with online engagement through August and September. Council will receive a What We Heard report on the engagement to date scheduled for September 17th, along with key recommendations to the changes to the OCP. There will be an in-person open house in October. We're expecting first and second reading in December, the public hearing in the new year, and adoption within the first couple months of 2026. I can take any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that. Looking to council, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the information. Are we going to do any type of analysis as we move towards presentation of this update on the impact of the changes to DCCs and other initiatives that might increase housing costs? And there's been a fair amount of chatter in the local news about the impact of DCCs, just as one example, but there are other initiatives too that may in fact create challenges for builders. Will those aspects be considered as part of this process?
Thank you for the question. So yeah, indeed, part of the consulting team is City Spaces with experience in the financial land economic side of what makes development viable. And so in her analysis, in considering whether we have room to include inclusionary zoning policies, as well as to incentivize the density bonusing policies, her analysis is looking at the input of the development cost charges that would also be included in those new housing units. So basically the room that is left to include potentially inclusionary zoning. And also actually, there's one more tool I forgot to mention, which is the amenity cost charges, which could also be created. So all of those tools together, she's looking at to understand how to ensure that development remains viable while also meeting some of those other needs.
Excellent. Thanks for that. I don't see any further questions. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the really detailed policy analysis done to date. It's quite a hefty report, and really also appreciate that engagement has started, and it looks like we are getting a fair bit through different avenues from the community and interest holders. Will there be, interestingly, there's not a ton of details around the amount of participation. It speaks to how and where, but I am curious what kind of uptake we're getting. I see here there was the kickoff events. Of course, there's the different pop-up stations at Canada Day, and then topic-based events as well. And so what kind of participation are we seeing at all these different things? And I guess also on the Engage Comox Valley site as well.
Thank you for the question. So I can just speak from personal experience being at Canada Day. We handed out 500 bookmarks. So there was definitely, at least 500 people we were making intentional connections with. And there were conversations all throughout the day. And there was that evening event the day before. I think that was a total of 10 hours we were out there. And people were interested. I guess just say so we picked up on a lot of interest, as maybe to say it in a very simple way. The housing and livability, we had 41 participants and probably about 60 registrants. And after So that's one of the virtual webinars. And then we had 60 registrants for the complete communities that just wrapped up yesterday and Monday. And in the end, maybe about, again, 40 attended that. And so with all of those who've registered, they receive a link of the recording and the slides. And then there's actually also an online survey to prompt if they want to watch the recording and still answer questions as though they were in the live webinar. And so the people who are interested get the prompt email, but also all that information is online for anybody who wants to go there. So we are trying to make the information as available as possible. And we admit that the summer is not the ideal time to do consultation, but the provincial timelines just necessitated it. And so, yeah, hopefully that gives a sense.
Yeah, and thank you. That actually was where I was going with my second question, if I can, Mayor, because I don't see other lights on. The statutory referrals, and I think we have heard from our partners in the development community and others around the impacts of all this provincial legislation and being led by your teams. Have we heard from the statutory agencies around any feedback around the shortened timeline and the request for what we're asking them to participate in, given the constraints?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So one of the statutory referrals is to the Department of National Defense, and they will be updating the Comox Airport zoning bylaw in their own timeline, which falls outside of our timeline as a number of years. And so I think our timeline was not of particular, anyway, our timeline is not restricting them, but there's a couple statutory bodies such as the Regional District, the Town of Comox, the Village of Cumberland. They're all very aware of these timelines as well. As for any of the other bodies, we are just about to launch our invitation letter to all those statutory bodies and explaining where we are in this process. We were waiting for tonight for council to receive this report so we can give them that with confidence, that timeline. And then we'll be asking them if there's any topics they want to meet on in advance of actually receiving the referral that comes with the first reading. So we're trying to have this two-stage where we'll hear from them before the bylaw is drafted, and then they will receive it after the first and second reading has occurred.
Excellent. Thanks very much. I believe there's no more questions that I can see. Right, it's been moved and seconded. Thanks for that. And just really, again, great report. And I think the number that jumps out is at 30,000 additional units. That's just a massive number that I wasn't necessarily anticipating just within our current boundaries. So great to hear that. It's moved and seconded. All those in favor? The motion carries, and we'll move on to staff reports in the 0-step code. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, Paul Preston, our manager of building services, is going to introduce this report. And assisting Paul, we have our two managers of long range and approvals. And so maybe some conversation because some of this winds its way back into the bigger picture OCP. So over to Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Garbutt. This report is provide council information that was received from the engagement process on accelerating EL3, EL4 of the zero carbon step code with options on the implementation. A survey was prepared and launched on 20th of March 2025 as part of the developers meeting and was opened until April the 4th of 2025. The results of the survey are in the attachment 3 attached to this report. Apart from one exception between the BCBC and the Clean BC roadmap, the responses align with staff's original recommendation in council's resolution from the 14th of February 2024's regular meeting of council. And that was to introduce EL2 in January 2026, followed by EL3 in 27, followed by EL4 in 2030. Although staff had provided an alternative option for council's consideration that would accelerate the zero carbon step code 2 steps ahead of the BCBC with the introduction of EL3 in January 2026 and EL4 in 2028, council can provide alternative implementations of the zero carbon step code. So with that, staff are happy to answer any questions that council may have.
All right, thanks so much for that. And looking at the survey, while I'm waiting, if there's any other questions, I did notice it asked what municipality people are generally do their construction in. And I just wondered if there was any other information about whether or not they construct in multiple jurisdictions, or if it was just that one question around where they typically do their work. Because I think a lot of development companies kind of dibble dabble all over the place. So
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mayor. The survey did indicate that contractors constructed in both the city of Courtenay, Comox Valley as well, and it is indicated in the results of the survey. So it shows that 87% are in Courtenay, but there's also 37% in Comox and Village of Cumberland, and also there's 75% within Comox Valley Regional District. So it is across the Comox Valley.
right, yeah, I guess maybe my question is more like this makes me so okay. I guess the math is in there because it's over 100%. So yeah, thanks for clarifying. I'll pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the report. I do have some concern around how small the sample size is with this engagement, which I understand is out of our control. Although we did have a fairly short window of opportunity for responding, but I don't know that leaving it open for a long time would have necessarily resulted in more responses. But what I'm curious about is how many people attended the in-person engagement session versus how many of these responses were online. And the reason I ask is that generally when we do engagement and provide a survey to engage on a specific topic, we usually provide a fair amount of background with each question. We've done that through other processes. This survey, it seems like it's fairly multiple choice, which would have made sense if everyone had attended the session, but I'm just wondering how many people just looked at this survey the way it was presented and then answered according to what they understood.
Through the mayor to council. The survey was launched at the developers meeting and a presentation was done at the same time to give further information on what the survey was around and what it was looking at trying to achieve. The initial developers meeting that it was launched at wasn't attended particularly well. There was only 4, potentially 6 people there in attendance. As a further email response was sent out to engage the developers to respond to the survey. A further developers meeting was held actually on the 24th of April, where we had a bigger participation, and there was 14 developers at that meeting. So the survey was tailored around a specific topic that the industry is or should be aware of by now.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, it's just not clear to me from how the survey was constructed, whether or not there was a full understanding of each of the definitions. Like, I mean, there is a question around which zero carbon step code are you meeting, but then there's no definition of the code on the survey. So it would make sense to ask a question like that if those definitions had just been provided. But I do wonder, I mean, if that creates a little bit of confusion, because if someone's just trying to flip through a survey, they won't necessarily take the time to go look up definitions. So yeah, I guess there's not really a clear answer, because it sounds like overall we maybe had more people come to these sessions than we had responses on the survey. So I guess it's probably hard to know for sure if all of the people that responded had attended the session, or I don't know if you have a sense of that.
Through the mayor to council. On the survey, there were links to documents to provide information. So there was a link to the Clean BC roadmap. So there was supporting information that is also with the survey.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize I was next. I thought there were other lights. I just sat down. I just want to thank staff for the work on the survey, and I had a couple of questions or a bit just for clarification initially. On along the same lines as Councillor McCollum, there were comments about dealing with new techniques and learning new technologies, and I think it's really important that despite the fact that we're using language like low carbon fuel systems, what we're talking about are simply two technologies. One is an electric heat pump, the other is an electric hot water heater. That's what the zero carbon step code is about. And I don't know personally, but I would imagine that most builders in this community have had the opportunity to install a heat pump and or a an electric hot water heater. And those are technologies which are widely available, which are widely understood by the general public. And I think part of the challenge might be here, and I see this reflected in some of the answers, is that province unfortunately decided to create two-step codes, which are very similarly named, which both deal with buildings. And I've heard staff at all levels and elected officials at all levels tripping over those distinctions. And the energy step code does involve new technologies and new techniques and new materials. It's all about building envelope. And it's would seem to be perhaps more expensive, more technically difficult, the energy step code. Whereas the zero carbon step code is, again, just about those two things, electric hot water heaters and electric heat pumps. And we'll leave it till later to talk about whether it might be advisable for us to rethink the approach we're taking and see if, because we obviously currently ask for buildings to be above on the energy step code, the building envelope one, to be above the provincial standard. Perhaps it might make sense to talk with the community, including the development community, and see if it makes more sense for the zero carbon step code to be the one which is moved forward, given that it deals with existing technology that we know about, given that it provides people cooling in the summer, which has many, many benefits and can save lives at this point. So I think it's important for us to disentangle the two-step codes, and some of the answers I saw in the survey maybe indicated that that wasn't entirely clear. Anyway, I've heard the answers about the information that was provided, and I appreciate staff putting this together, but some of the small number of responses and the responses which talked about new technologies and new techniques and the availability may indicate that there was, as happens in so many rooms, just some confusion or conflation of the two different step codes. And I'm realizing that lands is more of a statement than a question. But so perhaps I'll leave it there, and I have maybe some suggestions on how we could fine tune the work that we're doing so that it produces more affordable outcomes, outcomes which benefit homeowners in terms of comfort and safety that a heat pump can provide in the hot summer months, rather than focusing, as we did, because 2 years ago that was what there was, on building envelope improvement. Yeah, anyway, I'll perhaps leave it there and come back into the queue. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So yeah, I think context is really important, and I felt that there was definitely a little bit of missing context in the staff report that is important in our decision making on this topic, particularly what was discussed the last two times this topic was in front of council, which was what is happening with other municipalities. So there is reference to the Clean BC, and as Councillor Cole Hamilton has stated, the provincial zero carbon step code, and its staff do recommend that in their recommendation. But if staff can just remind council around where that analysis that was done months ago around other municipalities and their approach to accelerating the zero carbon step code.
Through the Mayor to Council, within the Comox Valley, there's been no changes that I'm aware of at this time with respect to the implementation of the zero carbon step code.
Yeah, I was speaking specifically to the municipalities that are accelerating, that were in the previous staff reports. So that was Nanaimo, Victoria, in the midst of the South Vancouver Island. The reason I asked this, Mayor, just for context, is that to your question earlier, we do have builders that build not just in the Comox Valley, they build across the island. And in my conversations with builders, there was and has been confusion to Councillor Cole Hamilton's around the energy step code and the zero carbon step code. And so I think that context around, especially those builders who we are trying to encourage to come to the community to build the housing that we need per the last report on the OCP to meet our housing need assessment and our housing need target. I think it is important for us to consider what builders are looking at across the island. So again, just for reference, the Nanaimo, South Vancouver Island, and other municipalities on the island that are accelerating.
Through the mayor to council. I haven't currently reviewed what the other jurisdictions are doing from memory. Nanaimo had set dates from their implementation of the different steps that they were going to do. But staff can review that further and come back to council.
Okay. I have one more question, Mayor. That's okay.
We got lots of lights
Okay,
right
I
now,
can get-
so I think we'll just,
I'll get back in line. It's okay.
thanks. All right, Councillor Frisch.
Okay, thanks for that, Mayor. I just need a little help understanding because I'm also a little confused with the two codes. They're both embedded in the BC Building Code, is that correct?
Through the mayor to council, that's correct.
I'm sorry?
That's correct.
Okay, I can
Yeah,
barely
maybe bring the
hear you.
mic right up and
Yeah.
use the outside voice. Unfortunately, it's a bit
Yeah,
quiet.
like karaoke, you gotta get right in there. Yeah. So if I was to build a house right now, I would be held to whatever level the BC government set us at, right?
Yes and no.
Awesome.
So the building bylaw currently requires builders to build to one step in advance of the BC Building Code. The zero carbon step code, the BC is implemented EL1. So you're following the prescriptive requirements of the zero carbon step code, but you're advanced on the energy step code through the direction from the OCP to stay one step ahead of the BC.
Right, and the energy step code, that's the envelope portion, that's the technically more complicated side. And I know Councillor Cole Hamilton has stated that, but is that kind of your understanding as well? That, you know, the insulation bits and the sealing up the building and tightening everything up, that seems to be the more expensive, complicated side versus putting in one heat pump over, you know, a gas heater or whatever.
That's correct. The energy step code is a lot more complicated than the zero carbon step code. But one thing for clarity around the zero carbon step code, it doesn't regulate electricity. It regulates emissions. It's regulating carbon. It's not regulating electricity. So you can still, even at EL4, you could still have a gas fireplace installed in your house.
As long as you're offsetting that with some other thing going on in there.
That's right. So if you've got two, there's prescriptive and performance-based approaches to the zero carbon step code. So if you use the prescriptive requirements, then you would have to take all your appliances, countertops, tumble dryers, everything into consideration. If you follow the performance-based approach, you don't have to take those into, you would look at your heating and water systems first. There's nothing to stop you putting in supplemental heating systems or gas tops. So it doesn't, and this is where the confusion is, it doesn't regulate an industry, it's regulating emissions. It provides metrics which what you have to meet.
Which code was that?
That's the zero carbon step code.
That's the zero carbon step code. I
Regulates
see.
emissions and the carbon amounts.
Right. Yeah, it gets really complicated, but yeah. And which one do I follow when I build a house? You're saying I can kind of follow either?
Yeah.
It's two separate codes within a code. So one's regulating energy efficiency. So that'll look at all your building envelope, air changes per hour. So The zero carbon step code is looking at the emissions from the equipment that is used to heat that building and cool that building and heat the hot water. So you have to follow both codes. Because we have the requirements in the bylaw, you're just following a higher requirement for the energy step code, and you're only following the prescriptive requirements of the zero carbon step code, which is EL1, which is monitoring only.
Okay, I'm gonna take a break and try and absorb that. Thanks.
Let that digest for a little bit. Excellent. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Oh, that came quick. Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, my second, just because you staff had shared the resources that were provided to those who participated. You know, the Clean BC is, I did read it when it came out years ago under Premier Horgan. I just pulled it up again. It's 68 pages. Our developers are very busy human beings running businesses. I don't imagine that many of them probably had the time to go in depth in that. So I guess just for clarity, to follow up on Councillor McCollum's question, because I do think that we're potentially encountering some confusion between the two codes based on the feedback, the limited feedback we've received in the survey. Was there a PowerPoint slide or any sort of explanation around the differences between the two or was it just, here's the Clean BC roadmap, read it or don't read it, and then provide the survey? I just want to be clear, like, what role did we take in educating the participants prior to then asking the questions?
Through the Mayor to Council, from memory of the PowerPoints, I believe there was information provided on the zero carbon step code and what it regulated. So it provided the chart from the literature from, I think it's Building Standards Branch, on the difference of the steps that are required and what it's regulating. And every time I've done presentations, I've always made it clear that we're not regulating an industry, we're regulating emissions.
Yeah, follow up.
Yeah, thanks. I guess for clarity, my question was pertaining to the differences between the codes, energy code, zero carbon code, not pertaining to the specifics of the zero carbon code, but was there clarity, again, based on the feedback, it appears people are raising concerns around the energy code, at least in the qualitative feedback we received. The quantitative measures, of course, we can't interpret those, but from the qualitative feedback, it does appear that people are concerned around aspects related to the energy code and not zero carbon. So I'm just wanting clarity. Did we highlight the difference for them prior to the engagement?
And or say no.
And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I'm not sure that kind of going through how we engaged is necessarily going to get us to where we are hoping to go with this. Our last direction was to engage on the acceleration of the zero carbon step code, and it seems as though we did do some engagement. I don't know if we really, from what I'm seeing here, really provided any kind of analysis around what their potential concerns would have been. You know, anytime we engage with the development community, the biggest concern is cost. If our regulations are creating more cost, and that is what came out in the survey. But in reading this report and previous, I'm still not clear what those costs are. We're talking about switching fuel systems from gas to electricity. I haven't seen any analysis that is an additional cost. It's an additional regulatory procedure for sure, as you outlined. And when houses and buildings are constructed, there's I'm sure a wide range of regulations that need to be followed. And yes, we would be adding one. But I'm not clear what the added cost is. We also have clear policy in our OCP around our greenhouse gas reduction goals, and this is a big piece, is reducing carbon emissions within buildings. So it is a priority of council. I do think that there is a path forward here that could really meet the needs of the construction industry or our local builders, as well as council, and that's looking at perhaps providing an option that would allow for a higher standard of this zero carbon step code above what is mandated by the province. If I'm just trying not to make this confusing or conflating, but currently our OCP requires that we're one step ahead of the energy step code. And we did hear a lot from builders about how that does provide additional costs. So I guess I would like to hear whether or not it would be possible to provide an opportunity for builders to opt into a higher level of the zero carbon step code, like EL3 or EL4, or sorry, not, I don't know if that's the right acronym. And as an incentive that they could then build at the current BC building code as opposed to the higher level that we currently require. I hope that makes sense.
I think Mr. Garbage is going to jump in here for a second.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, this is, given this is the third time it's been back here, is a really important topic for council. So I think there has been a variety of approaches to implementing the energy step code. There's been a variety of approaches to implementing the zero carbon step code, and there's been a variety of approaches across British Columbia for a combination of that. I can tell you that at a staff level, given the OCP policies around the energy step code, no level of effort or was looking at sort of that what you're suggesting, councillor. And so I think in order to meet council's objectives, I think it'd be really clear for council to say, here's some things we would like you to look at, and then come back for some options. Or, and I don't want to preempt any further discussion, but council could simply give direction that this is what we want to do with respect to our building requirements. Those are two sides of it. Because notwithstanding some conversations that some members of council may have had with different builders, my experience with builders and the advocacy and education that comes along with the Canadian Home Builders Association, their understanding is quite high. So I'm not exactly sure who was providing things that were being mixed up, and they have an education component, and there's a lot of good advocacy that comes there. So I think there's two routes. If council could give us and ask staff to do some more research and suss these things out a little bit more, or there could be prescriptive direction, and it may result, and we might have to come back with some information, but given the policies inside our official community plan, which have led to how our building bylaw is structured, subsequent amendments to the OCP may be required, but we're in the middle of talking about the OCP, so it could be a good combination. So I think if council is really clear about what should be considered, we can do some additional work on and look at additional options, because like I said, across British Columbia, different jurisdictions have tackled this differently, including our own electoral areas who've recently changed their building requirements, because they did have, if you were accelerating the energy code, not the zero carbon code, they actually paid less building permit fee. So there's many options out there to address this, to incentivize or address that. And our staff are, I would say Mr. Preston is directly engaged across the province with BOA BC very, very extensively. So we have a couple options for council. So thanks for letting me interject into the dialogue.
Yeah, thanks for providing that, CAO. Yeah, I'm looking at the history on this and in the report. I mean, the original direction provided by council came through in October 2023. So we've been trying to move this forward for a number of years. So I guess in my questions, I want to ensure that the next piece of direction that we're providing can land us on a solution without creating, another 6 months worth of work for, our development services staff, and that we can see this policy move forward. And I do recognize that there is an option in the report that we just basically proceed with an accelerated timeline. But maybe there's you know, another solution here. So I'm hoping that we can find one.
And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I would like to see us take a second look as well and compare these two options. There are two different step codes, as we've talked about. The negative comments or the concerns that I saw expressed in the survey seem to be largely directed towards the energy step code, the one which involves complex changes to building envelopes. And the concerns about increased costs, about the difficulty in making sure the materials and skills needed are required to do that. I think it's important for us to listen to those kinds of comments and consider is there a better option out there? And again, the zero carbon step code, which is just about what kind of equipment you're putting in to heat your house and your hot water, seems to offer proven technology with which the community is familiar, both the building and the residential community. And over the last few years, really since the development of our OCP, it's become quite clear that heat pumps play a role in public safety, which we just hadn't perceived before. Over 600 people died in 2021 in 8 days during the heat dome, mostly poor low-income seniors. And I think it's fair to say that if those people had had heat pumps in their units, most of them would still be alive. So there are other elements to the calculus as to which is the most effective way of moving forward. And as a result, I'd like to see us, and when we get time to put a motion forward, consider what the factors are that we want to use to choose a path forward that's going to work for everyone, for residents, for the people who are building homes for our residents. There's also a large amount of evidence that zero carbon step code is more effective in reducing greenhouse gases as well. So for all those reasons, I'd like to see us weigh the two options against each other, which is something we haven't managed to do yet, and find out what would be the most effective route forward for the community. And when it comes time to move a recommendation, I'll see if I can craft something that expresses that. Thanks.
And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks. I have another clarifying question. It's about the zero carbon performance level 4. And in the report, it states that it would require full electrification, and it says full decarbonizing of the building. Is that just referred to like the water and the heating when you say full decarbonizing? Obviously, that wouldn't apply to like all the materials and stuff. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to council, that's correct. It's not dealing with embodied carbons, which is basically within materials, shipping, all these sort of things. It's the carbons that are associated with the emissions from the equipment that you have. So the zero carbon step code will specifically look at your heating and hot water requirements first, and generally that'll look at electrifying. That's what they call electrification, but it's only through meeting the metrics that you achieve that. But it doesn't eliminate use of gas within a dwelling unit.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It doesn't eliminate the use of gas within a dwelling unit, so you can have supplementary heat.
Oh, supplementary, but not primary.
No, it's focused on the primary, but it's
And in the report, it also talks about the province mandating cooling that in one of the steps. Is that right? Fairly soon.
The province mandated that every new dwelling unit now has to have what I call a room of refuge. So you have to have one space that is can't exceed 26 degrees C. So you potentially can end up with houses with mini split systems in them.
Right.
So you don't have to install a full heat pump system. You can just, as long as you've got one space that can meet that requirement. So
Right.
still provide
So
the options for developers to.
Yeah, in practice, someone could go around and put baseboards in the house and then one sort of air conditioning unit in a room that would maybe meet that higher level. Although by the time you get to 4, I don't know why you do that, but okay, yeah. I mean, I'm not seeing a huge holdback to accelerating the the zero carbon step code, but I can see the difficulties with the energy step code and trying to get people up to speed. So I'm hearing more information from the rest of council, and I'm inclined to try and get that as well, to find a solution that everyone's happy with. So thanks for the info.
All right, I don't see any questions or comments. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'm gonna float a motion here just to see if this,
Just before,
oh, sorry, we're still on receipt as well, I realize.
Mr. Corbett?
Yeah, through the mayor, just my apologies for interrupting, Councillor. I just also would like to ask the question because the recommendation around, so twice there's been a recommendation from staff related to adopting the Clean BC roadmap. And the feedback that I've received is that doesn't accelerate fast enough this change in order to move forward on our big picture objectives as it relates to our current official community plan. I just want to be clear because staff have come back twice with a reference like that. And so if council is not interested in that as an option, I think that is a very important direction to narrow or be clear on what we could be coming back. And I just, again, thank you for letting me interject in the conversation, because this has been a point that has been raised. So if council is clear that the Clean BC roadmap is not a desire of this council, then I think it would also be very good to be clear on that.
Thanks for that, especially as has been mentioned, and we want to make sure, we've been talking about it for a long time, so it's moving forward with it too. So appreciate that feedback. Councillor McCollum. Councillor Zolliker.
Thanks, Mayor. I mean, I'm happy to speak to that, CEO. Yeah, I mean, there was obviously, when the Clean BC roadmap came out, tons of criticism. It wasn't actually going to get us to the goals that we need to per United Nations work on where we need to go to keep our planet livable for our species. So there's also clarity now from the province. We haven't even been maintaining our goals. And so luckily, our OCP is quite visionary, and as others have articulated, I think that that OCP takes us further than the Clean BC, and I'm not really interested in going anything below the current OCP goals around our carbon emissions. And so I would just clarify, at least from my perspective, that I'm not interested in being at the status quo with Clean BC roadmap provincial requirements. I'm looking to be leaders in this space. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Zolliker, and back to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, this is another question just around options going forward. If we were to move option 2, which would move us to EL3 in January 1st, 2026, and then up to EL4 January 2028, would it be reasonable to also provide direction on looking at providing an option for builders between now and basically when we would adopt that EL3, to either choose to move up a level in the energy, in the zero carbon step code? I realize this is like a hard thing to, I hope I'm making sense here. Yeah, if we could move one and explore another option in the interim, I guess that's my question.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. Staff would take direction in that regard. I think the more specific we have, the option 2 provides 2 steps. And then if there was to be an interim step in between where somebody would want to do that, we would just have to confirm and come back what the implications of the community plan are, because it's prescriptive. And I think the more clear direction we have, the faster we can come back. I would suggest that whatever options council wants to see, we could come back with. I think that would be my preference in terms of us meeting the council's direction on this, because going around in circles is probably not helpful.
Thanks for that. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to sort of suggest an idea, which I think I'd be curious to get council's thoughts on this, but there are a few jurisdictions which have offered developers the opportunity to that if they install electric hot water heating and electric heating, then they are free to drop a level on the energy step code, the more complicated, more expensive building envelope side of things. So it said I think it tries to meet people halfway, saying we appreciate the effort. This is meeting the overwhelming majority of our goals by installing electric powered heating and hot water. And as a consequence, we'll try to sort of lower the burden. We are currently one step above the provincial required minimum on the energy step code. It would allow you to simply meet the provincial minimum. And I think that would address many of the concerns about new technologies, greater expenses. It, I think, also speaks to affordability, and it gives developers an incentive to put in an electric heating and hot water system, which allows for cooling in summertime, which meets the BC building code requirements in one fell swoop without installing additional equipment. Anyway, I'm just curious to get a sense from council as to whether there might be appetite for that. I know it's worked well in a number of other municipalities in British Columbia, and it just seems a way of trying to meet a number of objectives, provide choice, provide an incentive, and acknowledge some of the concerns expressed about the higher levels of the energy step code.
And just before you turn your, I was going to just clarify if the idea is that would be a direct direction, or would it be going back and getting more feedback from the development community? Just, it sounded like this is giving direction, not. Hang on, there you go.
I think, I mean, I guess I'm putting this out here and I'm seeking council's thoughts on whether they think that would be of assistance. But what I've heard in informal input from people in the development community and from what I'm seeing from the survey, I think this option would fit those needs. But I'd be open to council's thoughts as to whether they feel a further consultation process would be more effective.
Okay, all right, thanks for that. And Councillor Gillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I won't pretend to have any expertise in this, but I think what's being suggested here is that we defer this item and request an additional staff report that considers meeting the higher standard, but providing incentives to basically encourage the development community to meet those higher standards. And that seems to make sense in terms of what's being suggested here. I think it makes more sense than us trying to bat it about and come up with some sort of resolution at the table here.
Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate that, because that was a little bit of my concern. So appreciate those comments. And back to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. I think it's a good idea. Like I said, I don't actually see, like on the ground, I'm not involved in building the buildings, but I do spend a lot of time with builders. And you know, the heating and cooling and hot water heating, that never comes up as a difficulty. It's always the building envelope stuff. And I know we pushed ahead on that before to get us moving forward. And I think probably what we're experiencing right now is a lot of growing pains, and it is hard to adapt to that. And so if we were to offer an incentive, I'd want to have a good look at how necessary that is, where the builder's at. Are we just kind of getting through the growing pains and things are going to get a lot easier in respect to tightening up the envelope and making it super energy efficient? But I'm happy to move ahead with accelerating the zero carbon side of it, and then deal with the rest as we want to later on. Thanks.
Appreciate that. Yeah, and a staff report, I think one of the things that it could provide is maybe some of those unintended consequences as well. So we kind of have that full picture of, because again, like my mind feels like I'm following this, but it'd be really good to have that sober second thought with some feedback. Councillor Morin.
Thanks, Mayor. So I know you asked the question around whether there would be any opportunity to even informally connect with the development community on this. And the reason I'm bringing it, first of all, I agree with even if we were to ask for a staff report, I think just what Councillor Hamilton has outlined sounds really reasonable to me. Having just built a net zero home, which is step 5 and EL4, I would say the biggest headaches were with the energy side of things, for sure. So, and the cost side of things, we did incur some more costs going to that. But I do hear also from builders that we take away the choice for people in terms of how they want to heat their home. So I guess I obviously, having built a house like this and believe in lowering emissions and all of that, but I guess I'm wondering if we would, if we did go with a staff report, if we would check in with the development community. I would hope that they would think this is a reasonable idea, but I'm just curious whether that would be part of the process. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moran and Mr. Garbutt.
If again, interjecting in conversation, we happen to have a member that is stepped forward that has led some dialogue with the community. I've engaged with Mr. Macaulay on setting up a conversation with the developers. We're talking with the developers about DCCs right now. I would suggest that in the timeline, because our next meeting is in August, or we could come back in September. But it's my intention in the next 3 weeks, because I'm away next week, to have an initial dialogue with developers about the big picture, and we could certainly have this type of conversation that would build on that when if and when council gives us some kind of direction, which is maybe similar to option 2 with the caveat that if we want to accelerate, so that like wait for council's direction. But I believe the development community is very activated right now, and I think they would make the time to give you some clear feedback, especially if what we're asking are very clear questions with direction from council.
Thanks very much for that. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And my only hesitation around asking for this to go back to staff is that it's been on front of council 3 times now. I just don't want it to be another 6 months until we get something back. So I would prefer something to be done quicker. So thank you for that, CEO, in terms of your commitment. But I also think that the previous reports had a lot of the information that was not in this report around the comparators. I'm pulling them up now. So the entire CRD, the NIMO, Duncan, Lanceville are all already at EL4. So that context, I think, is really important. We have our OCP. I appreciate that that's in this current staff report. So I actually think that we're actually quite clear on where we need to go for the zero carbon step code. I'm happy to entertain a conversation around the energy code if that is something that others want. I think we've heard it from this survey, but I don't want to delay the zero carbon step code. I think one of the comments in the survey was, pick what you're doing and just go with it. So I think that we also need to provide some stability for the industry around this now that it's been up on council's agenda 3 times now. So my preference, if we do get another staff report, that we get the comparators again, if we can get the clarity on the comments around increasing costs, specifically around the electrification of heating and water in people's homes, I think that would actually put into context what we're talking about rather than just statements around increased costs, and the clarity around if those increased costs are related to the envelope or the heating sources. So those are the things that I would look to in an additional staff report if we go that way today.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. Councillor Frisch.
And thanks again, Mayor. I think the more I think about this, the more it does seem sensible to say to the building community, we want to be a step ahead, and maybe you choose which way you want to do that. Do you want to be a step ahead on the energy step code, or do you want to be a step ahead on the zero carbon step code? I guess I would look to staff and say, what do you think of that idea of asking the building community to be a step ahead on one side or the other, and it's up to them? And I guess, what does that mean for you guys too? I mean, does it It's unfortunate that BC Building Code is so complicated, but I think they were trying to make choices. What are your thoughts on passing that choice along?
Through my mayor to council. I guess this is my opinion.
Okay,
The building industry's totally on board and have been on board now for or since 2024 with achieving step for Part 9 buildings. I think it would create more confusion by doing a comparative between, well, if you build to this, then you can get a reduction in this. You always want to remember that they are both interrelated. So by having higher energy step code, the building performance is greater, so the energy consumption is lower. So if you've reduced your energy consumption, you're lowering your emissions. So by saying, well, if you do a higher zero carbon step code, but we'll lower your energy step code, so now your emission or your energy use can go up, but you're using less carbon or more, you're using better efficiency or carbon emitting equipment, if that makes sense. I think the industry just wants a decision. They want to, they want to understand, they would like consistency, and they just want to know. That's my take from working in the industry and listening to them. It's like they would prefer it be consistent right across the island, that everybody's doing the same thing, because they jump from one to the other, which creates confusion and creates errors. So that becomes challenging for us as a building department. So I would always stick with the requirement that you've already set for the energy step code, and then decide where you want to jump in with the zero carbon step code.
great.
And so at the moment, the proposed motion is one step ahead of the current code. The alternative option is 2 steps ahead of the current code, but you can actually choose whatever EL you want to adopt and take it from there.
Sorry, just to clarify, the staff recommendation is to be 1 step ahead on the zero carbon step code. Were you talking about the energy step
The
code?
current option, the recommended option basically puts you one step of the BC building code at the moment.
Right. Okay.
And that was based on the information that came back from the survey and talking to the developers. But the alternative puts you 2 steps ahead.
Great. I appreciate the feedback too. And I think as a council, we wanted to be 1 step ahead on the energy step code. That's where we're at. That's what builders have been doing. So I think it makes sense not to mess around with it. And at this point, I guess it's just up to council, in my opinion, if we want to take the staff recommendation or push ahead further on the zero carbon step code. So I'll give it 2 seconds and then I'll move something if someone else doesn't. Thanks.
All right, there's a few more lights on, but I'll pass it over to Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just a comment, just in reading through the comments and some that can be perceived as negative. Just a couple quotes, that maybe council's doing it for a feather in the cap to get credit for saving the planet, utopian ideals. I think though that what's been illustrated is that I appreciate the context from your perspective, because I think it's frustration around all the things that builders are dealing with. It's not just here, it's the provincial stuff, it's all the other things that you're dealing with when you're trying to build. And I don't think it is all just us and this council, and it's the big picture. And I think whatever we can do to alleviate that, but also try to save the planet and all those things, because I don't think those should be considered as bad things. We have heat domes killing people. We have forest fires. We have, I think most people and most of the builders that I know do believe in climate change and do believe that we need to do more. But when it's affecting people's bottom line and creating stress for them, then we have to acknowledge that as well. So I think it's always that challenge of how do we find a good middle ground. But I think, yeah, we want to stay on course with doing whatever we can, but also try to really hear and listen to the concerns and see what we can do to come up with a compromise while also, you know, finding that win-win solution. So I'll wait for somebody to draft a amazing resolution because I'm never good at that on the fly. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, looking at the two options in the report, at this point, I'm leaning toward option 2. Option 1 has us implementing EL2 in 2026, and just for clarity, that means either electrifying hot water or heating. EL2 means electric hot water and electric heating. I mean, I would say, I haven't built a home. I haven't asked a builder about this, but it seems to me that most people I know heat their hot water with electricity. Although of course there are some systems that do use gas. I would say that that's actually the upgraded, more expensive option in home building. So, you know, if we are going to move forward and accelerate this based on, you know, wanting to meet our own GHG reduction objectives in our OCP, it would seem reasonable to me that we would adopt a performance level that involves both electrifying the heating of hot water and space. And EL2 still allows you to have, you know, a gas fireplace or another option that it's not your main source of heat. So this just does not seem like a stretch to me. And as Councillor Jolicoeur pointed out, many communities have already moved ahead with this even further, in that there's basically no other source of heating that could be a gas fireplace, for example. I am interested in the idea of providing builders an option, but I did just hear from our staff that that the clarity and maybe the clarity around what our building code is maybe better. And I would imagine in terms of our own systems in regulating our expectation around buildings to have 2 different energy levels that you're working with builders, depending on what kind of heating they went with. I can see that we would maybe be creating administrative difficulties for ourselves. So yeah, I'm not going to move the motion yet, but I'm just going to express that I think that given the conversation that we've had and what we've heard from staff, to me, I think we just need to move forward with option 2.
And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm interested in your comment, Paul, that there is not interest in reassessing the energy step code among the development community, like with the fact that we're a level above with what's provincially required. I'd say that somewhat surprises me, but I'm wondering what kind of consultation occurred, like how you formed that opinion, because I think it's a fairly important thing for us to consider. You work with these people. If this is what you're hearing, is that people are content to keep moving as we are on the energy step code. I genuinely believe it could be useful to provide the kind of choice I was talking about, where by installing electrified heating and hot water, we could relax, just go to the provincially required level of the energy step code rather than one level above. Everything I've personally heard has been about the complexities of the higher and expense of the higher levels of the energy step code. But the comment I hear you saying is that's not the case, and that we shouldn't be necessarily thinking about that as trying to balance the interest. So just curious, what was the kind of the foundation for that that assessment?
the Mayor to Council. We haven't received, as the building department, specific complaints about working to the higher steps of the energy step code. The industry always complains every time you bring something new in anyway, but we've been working to that for a significant period of time now. They also do it in other jurisdictions, like you've mentioned before. Other jurisdictions have different levels of what they're working to. So, you know, I provided it as my opinion, not factually based. But it's, you know, council set it to their OCP directions to establish that higher step. I just wouldn't see the administration of it would get a lot more complicated when you start doing different levels of different parts of the code, and because they're so interrelated, I don't see why you were to go back on your energy levels to allow for something else, because to me you're offsetting one against the other. But like I say, this is my opinion, not all totally factually based. So.
Right, thanks very much. I appreciate that. And sorry, I hope I didn't put you on the spot by asking that, but I was curious to where that might have come from. I am interested in just referring this back to staff for something along the lines of what our CAO suggested of a consultation, like a discussion with the sector over the next couple of weeks with a fairly quick turnaround. The two step codes are very different. They have very different expenses, very different impacts. You know, I see, for example, EL4 buildings, zero carbon step code, level 4 buildings all over the place. They just have hot water heaters and heat pumps. You can see them in multi-unit buildings, the heat pumps out on the balconies. I don't think without even meaning people consciously intending to be building a zero carbon step code level 4 building. They're just simply a choice of many developers. And you can tell that just by walking around town. So given that I see the voluntary adoption at the highest levels of the zero carbon step code by developers just of their own free will, because it's just the decision that makes sense. And I hear concerns about the technical and other challenges of the energy step code. I'd be interested in giving our staff, our CAO, a chance to have a single conversation to sort of weigh the two against each other, which I don't think is something we've ever done before. I would be, I suppose, willing to make staff a recommendation that we refer this back to staff for to evaluate. What's the wording I'm looking for?
Do you want to think about it?
Yeah, I'll
and do you want to
finesse the
formulate it up?
wording.
And even if you can type it.
Yeah, I'll do
that
what I
would be
can.
really
Thanks.
useful. Yeah, okay, thanks. And that way you're not forcing it right away. Councillor Frisch.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. And I don't want to impede the impending motion here, but I'll just share my thoughts one more time. I guess I'm confident in council's decision on the energy step code that we made to be one step ahead. And the more I think about this, I mean, I'm sensing that our building community is probably doing their best to keep up with that pressure that we put on. And it sounds like they're, you know, maybe not happy, but willingly doing it. And maybe just asking us to step off the gas pedal a bit on the other side on the zero carbon step code. And depending on what I hear from Councillor Will Cole-Hamilton, I'm happy just to move the staff recommendation and move forward on this. And we can always revisit later if we feel like it's not working out, but I'll put that out there. It's not a motion at this moment. I want to hear what comes next here. Thanks.
Okay, and I got a bit of a question for staff as well. I haven't spoken too much on the actual meat of this conversation. But if we have the accelerated zero carbon step code, does that have, and again, just asking for opinion, I suppose, on the floor here, but would that have a net impact on the energy step code, like how the calculations are done and or what the output would be? Because I realize they're separate, but then they're, as you had mentioned, they're kind of interconnected in some ways. And hopefully I articulated that usefully.
They are interrelated, but they are measured on separate metrics. So there's different metrics for each code. So you have the energy step code metrics, and then you have the zero carbon step code metrics. So they're separate, but they become interrelated because simply because one's dealing with energy and one's dealing with emissions. So emissions are generated by equipment that creates energy. So that's how they become interrelated.
Right.
But they're
Okay.
on separate metrics.
Right. Mr. Garbutt.
Yeah, so it was a long conversation. I just want to make sure. So ultimately, and I'm not an expert in this, but in that interrelationship that our manager has talked about, the design of the building in order to meet the different levels has to be there. And I think, if Mayor, I don't know if you were asking, is if fuel sources for the heating and the production of hot water do not involve accommodating carbon-based fuels, does that make the design of the building under the energy step code easier or different? I think it was that. I'm sorry to want to.
Yeah.
And I'm not just Mr. Preston and I have actually had dialogues about this over a 10-year period. So I don't know if is that easier to answer?
Through the mayor or to the mayor.
Yeah.
The design of the building is all in relationship to the energy step code, but it can influence the choice of equipment depending on how you're going to heat that building. So they are separate, but they're not.
Right.
So that your choice of equipment could be on the design of or how you're going to achieve the energy requirements to heat the building. So can you get enough BTUs out of a particular piece of equipment for that? So
right,
there is some influence between the two, but generally you could almost separate them out and say one's just how efficient the building is.
Right. So you could have zero carbon that is not emitting carbon, but then does the envelope become less efficient or could be less efficient potentially because of that? Or, but why would you want to? Yeah. Okay. I think I'm following you. So,
okay.
But I think I see a light on as well. So I'm going to pass it over to Councillor McCall.
Yeah, I have a really brief question. I'm sorry to extend this discussion any further. When is the next step in the energy step code to occur where we will be further accelerating what we're currently doing?
Through the mayor to council, I haven't got a clue.
Okay.
The province has given no indication at this time of when they are going to move to step 4.
So basically, like we don't have a fixed time where we know the code is going up a level. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful.
Excellent. That might be a roadmap would actually possibly be a good thing for us to ask from the province. So there is that better clarity from our perspective. Sorry, you were going to say something?
No, that's
okay. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
No, just acknowledge I have not typed this up, but I will say it slowly. Be it resolved, the council directs staff to refer to staff to come back with an analysis of which of the 2 step codes more effectively achieves the objectives set out in the OCP and provide options. Sounds like the staff would be contemplating speaking, CEO Garbutt, with the development community. But I think if we could just get staff to set out the 2 codes, how they achieve the objectives that we set out in the OCP and provide us with options, I think that would allow us probably to make a more effective decision. So, Adrian, I'm not sure if that was clear enough. If you could, please.
Yes, please.
The council directs staff to come back with an analysis of the zero carbon step code and the energy step code, and provide an analysis of which of the two step codes more effectively achieves the objectives set out in the OCP, including consultation with developers, and provide options to council.
Does that reflect your,
That's it. Thanks.
okay, and Mr. Garber?
I don't see other lights, so that.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Given what staff have explained about how each code accomplishes things differently, that might be, I would suggest that's a little bit more complicated. In reflecting on the community profile and the community plan of what makes up our greenhouse gas generation, the buildings are less significant in our community than in others. It's mostly around electrification. So I actually, if I could potentially offer a slight change, that we engage with the development community to talk about the options that were discussed that include the acceleration of the zero carbon code, the option to have a step change depending on your performance, because our manager is offering his sort of experience. And then we can come back with that combination, because we do have, it's been clear from council that we are not, the Clean BC roadmap doesn't achieve that. We have, and I think that's a more simple question, because the more effective, given the direction that we have and the work that we've done, I think we would hear very clearly from the building industry what they would like to see in that regard. So I think in the spirit of what council wants to hear is, we want to have the best performance as it relates to energy reduction and greenhouse gas production. And is there an option that the building community would like to see as it relates to the implementation of the zero carbon step code? If that's, I maybe have used way more words than you had there, but I think the sort of the more effective that would kind of I'm sure it would be difficult to land on that from our development community. I think saying, here's our current conditions, here's an option as it relates to the zero carbon building code, give us some feedback on that. And with the additional information, what would they feel like including a option that would result, that involves moving to a higher level of the zero carbon code and a following the BC building code as it relates to the energy step code. I think we would get some very clear information from the industry, because we're looking for the industry to weigh in. Councillor Jolicoeur in his comments talked about the majority of the South Island communities, South Nanaimo and South, have moved to EL4, and all of them achieved getting to that with a whole bunch of different steps, including actually, I believe there's one municipality that does not permit the installation of natural gas at all. So we're not in that situation. So I've extended this conversation longer, but I think if we focus on the question around option 2, which it sounds like council is interested in, and the question of what does the building industry think about option 2? What does the building industry think about having a stepped option that incorporates a higher zero carbon code with a lower energy step code? Just trying to think about that, but I would take council's direction for sure.
Okay, and Councillor McCollum?
Yeah, I'm in support of doing some of the work that our CAO outlined in terms of just presenting those two options, also getting some feedback from our development services staff as to how complicated it would be to have two energy step codes in place that we're regulating. I don't the original motion with further analysis on the two, it sounds like more work than we need to expend on this right now. We have an option in front of us that we could implement right now that would see us have an immediate impact on how much greenhouse gas emissions are being produced by new buildings by 2026, which we're currently not doing. So my comment is basically, I support this, but I would like to know if this is a realistic thing that we could see turned around in a short enough period of time that we could still move option 2, or like what's laid out in option 2, in order to impact our building code by January 1st, which is 4 months from now.
I have taken a stab at translating what we've just heard. So direct that staff engage with the building community to discuss option 2 from the July 30th Zero Carbon Step Code report. Further discuss the option of a stratified energy code, and that staff explain the steps required to implement that option 2 with the stratified energy code. That goes to the OCP requirements. Yeah, I mean, I would just beg council's indulgence. I think we're hearing very clearly what council wants to do. I've asked for clear direction, and I think we can work with that if council, if we can do it. Yeah, and it would be September, coming back in September with that.
Yeah, and you had said in that including implementation, so that would say, can it be implemented in January 2026, which I think was to your point. Yeah. Okay. So I think.
Okay, so what I've put on the screen, the first one is the motion on the table. The second one was what you had discussed at one point, and now we're on a third one, but I didn't get the second half of it. So Mr. Garbutt, I might require more a repeat of that.
Through the mayor to our corporate officer, the second component is that staff come back with information on how to accommodate option 2 with, and I'm using the word stratified energy code. I don't know if that's the right term. So higher electric zoning, higher zero carbon step code, less energy code, and further that staff outline the steps that are required to implement that stratified option 2, because we have prescriptive policy in the OCP around the energy step code.
Okay. I'm just standing by just for our clerk to make sure. And we also have a motion on the floor, but we'll continue our conversation and then I'll pass.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead if you want, Dave.
Yeah, if I may, just quickly, yeah, I'm satisfied with the moves that we made on the energy step code, and I'm not really looking at going back and changing that. I think we set a direction, and although the building community is probably not happy to meet a higher step, they're doing it, and to back off on that isn't really, it's not providing stability for the building community. I think we just should stick with that, do our best. And I really think we should just make a decision on the zero step code. And honestly, it doesn't kind of bother me either way. We're cutting out gas appliances if we speed things up. And I'm sure people will figure that out as well. So I don't want to make more work for staff. I don't really want to go back to the building community and ask them what to do. I'm happy to make a decision on either the staff recommendation or the one step ahead on the zero carbon step code. So I'm going to probably vote down whatever this is and see where it goes. And I'll put forward probably the recommendation, but if someone beats me to the punch and wants to speed it up, I'd probably support that. Thanks.
Yes, the top part of that, yeah. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I actually really appreciate this because for me, it gets to the crux of what I think we are most challenged by, which is what is going to get us to the goals that we have set out in the OCP, which is our emissions, which is the zero carbon step code. And so if we need to go back and have that analysis done, because there's obviously confusion on the table here, both at this table, but also within the industry, I think that will clarify for us what we should be doing. I've also just circulated the comparables for the island. We know where this is going here locally on Vancouver Island. We know where the province is going. This will articulate how we get to that goal that we've set here in Courtenay. And so that's why I support this first motion. And I'm not supportive of going to the industry for option 2, because I actually don't think we should be waiting until 2028 and be even further behind than more than 50% of the population on the island. So I'd like to focus on the first motion. Thanks.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Morin.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm actually leaning going back to the original recommendation, and I guess I'm just because of what we've heard from staff in terms of let's make a decision. I guess I'm curious. I mean, this would be an opinion by staff, but going back and rehashing this and coming up with other, is it worth it to do that with the development community? Or do they just want us to make a decision and then they're going to work on what they need to work on, which would be this recommendation that originally was there, which to me is not that cumbersome.
Through the mayor to council. My opinion is the industry just wants to know what the decision is and move forward. One comment I have on the reducing the energy step code, the province could mandate the next step tomorrow, and that becomes a redundant exercise.
Yeah.
Because you've got to meet the minimum requirements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I kind of feel like that's been in place. We've been working with that. This is on the table. We've had some consultation. We certainly have some comments that are, we had comments that were supportive of this as well. So I just feel like we need to make a decision and get on get on with it. Somebody said in the survey. Thanks. And I apologies, Councillor Cole-Hamilton, but I'm leaning more towards that original recommendation. Thanks.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So my understanding is that what is currently on the floor, we had the first paragraph, and then we've had 2 paragraphs. So that is currently what is on the floor. Okay, well, I know it's being moved and seconded, so I'll just be quiet so you can call the question, I guess.
Well, no more comments. We'll call the question. And everybody is clear with what the motion is on the screen there. So all those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I'm first. I'd like to move option 2, and I'm just trying to bring the report back up. No, I'll read it.
Option 2.
For clarity. Oh, yes. Am I on the right one? Here we go. Sorry to extend this further.
Is that option 2 that's on there right now?
I'll move that council direct staff to amend building bylaw number 3114 to require all applicable part 3 and part 9 buildings to meet the zero carbon performance level EL3 of the carbon step code for January 1st, 2026, and require all part 3 and part 9 buildings to meet the zero carbon performance level EL4 of the zero carbon step code on January 1st, 2028.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and I believe it's on the screen and. Oh. Did you want to include? Oh, if you could just click your magic button there, thanks so much. I'll get you. There we go.
Sorry, and I'll just add that council adopt the provincial zero carbon step code.
So as displayed on the screen, as in the staff report, option 2.
Yes.
All right, thanks for that. And it was seconded, I believe, by Councillor Frisch and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Again, because the staff report did not include all the detailed analysis that were in the previous 2 staff reports, I'd like to have staff clarify once again what in practice and in regulation is the difference between EL3 and EL4.
Through the mayor to council. So EL4 is theoretically zero carbon emissions. I say theoretically because our BC electrical grid is not 100% zero, so it's theoretical. EL3 requires analysis of both the hot water heating and the heating system to meet the metrics within the zero carbon step code, and EL4 then takes it to a higher level of metrics so that the the emissions is reduced by that amount. And depending on the performance or the prescriptive path you use, depends on whether you take into consideration gas cooktops and these sort of things. So prescriptively, you can't have basically a gas cooktop because you wouldn't make the metrics, but the performance base could still allow that.
So can you translate that into more lay terms? And maybe give an example in a house. You're talking about a stovetop.
Yeah, so your cooking facilities wouldn't permit any gas appliance to use that, but the code still allows supplementary appliances. So EL4 achieves all the requirements with respect to your heating and hot water systems, but you can have supplementary heating system or supplementary gas appliance that doesn't take into consideration. So
As long as your primary appliances.
Yeah, it's the EL3 that I'm quite clear on EL4. We spent a lot of time talking about it. It's the difference between the EL3 and EL4. My understanding,
metrics are lower.
the metrics are lower, which metrics mean
The amount of carbon.
that's what I'm trying to get to, Mayor, I think, is in practice, what does this actually look like for home builders and for residents when they're considering upgrading their homes, renovating?
Mr. Corbett?
Thank you. Staff for the province has established these different individual levels. If the intention is for the question through the councillor to say, go straight to 4, the matter is on the floor. Mr. Preston's gonna look at the difference between the core, but that we have a motion on the floor that says 3 to 4. There is an option to go directly to 4. I'll just giving Mr. Preston a little bit of time to explain the province's differences at these levels. Hopefully you have enough time there. Good.
Through the mayor to council. So the emissions are expressed in kilograms of carbon per year. So as you progress through the EL, the emission levels, that's what EL stands for. So emission levels 1, depending on your performance path, start at EL2 at 10 or 1050 and progress up through 440 to 265 kilograms per CO2 per year. So you have to meet these requirements. So this is where the performance-based path can still allow a gas appliance in there if you achieve those metrics. Now, the table is broken into performance and prescriptive. So if you go into the prescriptive requirements, then when you get to AL4, energy sources supplying all building systems, including equipment and appliances, have emission factor equal to or less than 0.11 kilograms of carbon per kilowatt hour.
So some math involved.
So yeah, so it then comes down to the energy advisors providing, they have to look at the equipment that's being used, the emissions from that equipment, do they meet those metrics? And that's where they would fall within the system.
Excellent.
Has that made it any more complicated?
All right. Thanks for indulging the question there, and Councillor Moore.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm seeing that the motion is actually option 2. And so I'm having a bit of trouble hearing you. So are you saying that under EL3, you could still have gas? Is that what you just said? Okay. Yeah, because
The answer is
I
yes.
guess I was looking at a more gradual approach. That's why I was sort of looking at option 1, but it sounds like in option 2, that is still a possibility. So, okay, thank you.
Yep. It's just that possibility starts to diminish. Like the math of it becomes more restrictive. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, and I'll just get one more clarifier on that. So even at the final level, the EL4, if you're building really, really well, you can squeak in some gas stovetop. Is that the idea? If you're meeting those very stringent, you could still burn some gas, boil some water.
That's correct.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks for all the time you spent explaining this to us tonight. I really appreciate it. And I think it was worthwhile. I'm usually extremely impatient and don't like sitting around listening to everyone chat, but tonight I feel pretty good about it. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Frisch, for indulging us. Councillor Solanker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just don't see any of the lights on, so I imagine the vote will be coming shortly. I just wanted to share, I'll be not supporting this in part because Section B 2028, when we know that most of the population on the island is already at EL4. I think that the clarity that the industry is probably looking for is, are we aligned with the rest of the island or are we not? And now we're, extending this timeline for another 3 years. And so I'm not really particularly interested in supporting that. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thanks.
Thanks for that. And I see no further questions or comments. We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Hillian and Councillor Jolicoeur. All right. On to the next, request for reduction development cost charges, 1560 Grieve Avenue. And I'll pass it over to Jemay, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The item before you this evening is a request for a reduction in development cost charges. The applicant is L'Arche, Comox Valley.
Oh, yes. Just 1 second. Councillor Jolicoeur had a comment.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Apologies
And-
for interrupting our staff member. I have a conflict with this item. My employer is the primary funder for this project and this organization, so I'll recuse myself. Thanks.
All right, we'll come get you when we're finished with this item. Thanks for jumping in there. Appreciate it. I'll pass it back to Jemay.
Thank you. As I mentioned, the applicant is L'Arche, Comox Valley. We are joined by 2 representatives in the gallery today, in case council has any questions for them regarding their request. Some background before we get to the specifics. This particular development was rezoned in 2023 for the intent of purpose-built housing, 16 multi-residential units to provide homes for individuals with diverse abilities. The property owners are the society as mentioned, and they will also be the operators of the facility once it is built. They have progressed through the development process by completing a housing agreement as well as a development permit, and they have already submitted their building permits. And it's at this stage that development cost charges are calculated, and the reason we're before you this evening. The city has a bylaw, the Development Cost Charges Waiver Affordable Housing Bylaw. In this bylaw, this particular application aligns with the eligibility in which organization can approach council to seek a reduction of up to 100% of that portion of the city's DCCs that would apply to the nonprofit affordable rental housing. So having reviewed this application, as noted, the applicant does meet that criteria. And also of note, according to the applicant, 15 of the rental units are considered deeply affordable at an anticipated $1,000 per unit rent. As outlined in the report, for the development cost charges, they're seeking a relief or an exemption to the amount of $38,864.22. To offset the infrastructure cost of this, council has two options: to a direct funding from property taxes, or the more preferred option by staff is to use the financial tool as designed, which is the city's Affordable Housing Amenity Reserve Fund. So with that, I will conclude my comments and welcome any comments or questions. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. And I'll start with Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm very pleased to see this come forward, and I obviously know quite a bit about it since it's been in the works for quite some time. My feeling is that this is the perfect use for our affordable housing fund, and I know this project will help provide diversity in our affordable housing market and the regular housing market. So really appreciate it, and if it's okay, I'll just move the recommendation.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Thanks for that. And Councillor Moore.
Yeah, ditto. I just wanted to say, yeah, I'm fully in support of this. I also think it's the perfect use for our reserve, and yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how long this has been going on, but you know, it has taken a while, and I think about some of the folks, some have been in the gallery at times, waiting, you know, for that housing, and I'm just happy to see this hopefully put it over the finish line. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that. And thanks to L'Arche. I mean, they've done an amazing job in this community, and I appreciate them looping me in on this conversation over the past number of years. And really, I see this as a great step forward. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. All right, thanks so much for that. And we'll allow Councillor Jolicoeur to reconvene before we move on. That was way faster. Thank you. All right, next we have the downtown revitalization tax exemption for 407 4th Street.
Move the recommendation.
Councillor Frisch.
Well, I mean, the next two are both for the downtown revitalization tax exemption. I know I've said this before, and I feel like this tax exemption has probably done its job and run its course, and we continue to see people using it, which is great. We want to see more development downtown, but I'm very keen on having another look at this and just wondering when we're going to maybe claw it back a bit or wind it down. And so I just wanted to share that with council and staff, and yeah, go from there. Thanks.
Excellent. And that could be one of the future conversations with the development community to see what incentives and stuff. Because again, this is something that's been a bit like popcorn in terms of its usage. So yeah, appreciate the comment. Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. Following Councillor Frisch tonight, and very, very similar thoughts. Do we know when we're going to take a look at this again? I'll let you answer that in 1 second, but oh, go ahead, sure. And then I'll carry on with my comment.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The financial incentives for new development were brought in with the downtown playbook in 2016, adopted in 2018 in this case. But in any event, now we're doing a revitalization plan for the downtown, you know, about 10 years later. And so this very question is central to it, and what tools are appropriate to encourage vitalization. So it is part of the outcome of the downtown vitalization local area plan is a recommendation on this.
In timing?
Thank you for the follow-up question on the timing. So the dates of the downtown vitalization plan, when it can be adopted, are just being fine-tuned. It will form part of the official community plan. So we know that it as a plan will be in with that timeline I described earlier for the OCP being adopted in those first couple of months of the new year. However, there's an option where perhaps council is accepting the plan well before we are actually adopting the OCP, and one of those recommendations could, in that case, be I think there could be a scenario in which that those could be acted upon in advance of it being formalized into the OCP. But I just want to consult with staff internally. But I guess all of that to say that the work is being done this fall with answers into the winter.
Okay, so kind of worst case scenario, spring.
That would be, yeah, a pretty conservative worst case scenario. Yeah.
Okay. That hopefully that answers it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because I mean, I know that this it was before it predates me on council, and I know there was a lot of really good reasons for it, and I support it generally in principle, but I also see that in some cases it is a lot of taxes that are being you know, that are not being paid, and we have no you know, no way to make sure that any of those units are below market or anything like that. And I think that that's still an ongoing concern in the community, that a lot of the housing that's multi-residential in particular is just still very unaffordable. So I'm glad that we'll be taking a look at it. Thank you.
All right. And I think that's it. All right. And it was moved right off the bat. So with that, all those in favor? And that passes, and we will move down to. Well, you guys are just catching up now. Fantastic. And did anybody want to speak to it? Okay, all those in favor? All right, motion carried. That was 5.1.4, and moving on to East Courtenay Fire Hall project update. Oh, Mr. Davidson.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you through the CAO to Mayor and Council. So the purpose of the staff report is to provide an update to Council on the East Courtenay Fire Hall project and seek direction to proceed with the detailed design of the fire hall. Since 2005, the city has recognized the need for a new fire hall on the east side of its fire protection district. Development of this facility is driven by life safety requirements, development pressures, population growth, and the need to maintain adequate service. The Dashwood Fire Hall in Electoral Area G of the Regional District of Nanaimo has recently completed construction and is fully operational. This fire hall will be used as the basis for design. It is very similar in form and function to the East Courtenay Fire Hall. The proposed project schedule shows construction set to commence in 2026. A very rough order of magnitude cost estimate has been developed based on previous cost estimating work, and the cost reported from the Dashwood Fire Hall estimated at approximately $13.9 million. The project will be delivered using a construction management contract model, which provides improved budget control by refining costs in parallel with design development and in collaboration with the contractor. Staff are also seeking direction to submit a grant application for the UBCM Strategic Priorities Fund Capital Infrastructure Stream in order to provide funding for the construction of the project. Fire halls are specifically noted as an eligible grant category for this grant, and the maximum contribution amount for this grant is $7 million. We do have our fire chief here tonight to answer any operational questions. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And it is something that we did bring up with our MLA today when we met with him, and definitely see this as a great project moving forward. I don't see any questions or comments. So I think you did a fantastic job, and really appreciate the fire chief taking council down for a tour of Dashwood along with staff. I think there's been multiple tours, like 4 or 5 tours or something. So I think that has generated a lot of excitement as we get closer to making these types of decisions. So just really thank you for your leadership on that, and staff for doing such a great job. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. I did have a comment and 2 questions. The comment just being thank you for hearing our feedback and coming back with something that I think is really digestible for the community, and still gets us what you and your and our firefighters need for safety and for the community more broadly. My first question is on the timeline. So in the Gantt chart on page 3, just kind of curious about the 3 quarters worth of design work. Is there any way in our RFP process to shorten the length of time so we can get shovels in the ground quicker? Given that we have the Dashwood as an example, and I know that we're different and it's a higher building code and all that stuff, but just curious if we can.
I think you just answered my question. Thank you for the question. Through the CA to Mayor and Council. Yes, we will endeavor to get shovels in the ground as quickly as possible. There are definitely efficiencies for using a very similar design to Dashwood. To your point, so we do need to update it based on the recent BC Building Code updates, and also it has to be site specific. We do still have some site work to be done. That said, there has been some servicing on site to prepare us, so we may have a bit of a running start for this one, which will be nice. This is a conservative Gantt chart. So we believe we can hit these milestones. Of course, if we can move quicker, we certainly will do so. Last comment for me on this, the project methodology that we're using to deliver this project, CCDC 5B allows us to design portions, design and construct portions of the work before the complete design is completed. So we can potentially start works on, say, the foundation before the electrical system is completely designed out. So we should have some significant schedule savings in that regard.
All right, thanks. My other question is pertaining to one of the benefits of finally having an East Courtenay Fire Hall, which Chief, you spoke to a few meetings ago around the insurance. I forget the acronym, the insurance folks. We have on the agenda tonight some proponents for some large amount of development in East Courtenay. And I recall asking you about this at the time in terms of how often they come and do assessments. And just curious, given that we know that insurance rates are something that potential buyers of home or developers are looking at. So do we have an idea of once this fire hall is built and operational, how quickly we can get East Courtenay reassessed and potentially have insurance premiums go down for residents?
Thank you for the question. Through the Mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. Pretty much fire underwriters would show up at our request. So when we did this back in 2014 or 2012, I don't have the paperwork in front of me, but back when we did that, we said we would like you to come in and do an assessment of the complete city. So it would not just be an East Courtenay review, it would be of the whole area. At that time, they would look at our water delivery systems, they would look at our staffing model, they would look at the fire engines and pumping capacities, and then they would also incorporate that East Side Fire Hall in there, which looks after response times to those areas there. And then they would make their assessment. So recommendation would be once that fire hall is operational, once we've got it, because there will be some bugs to work out when you're moving from one hall to 2 halls, but once we've got that done, then at that time we can make that request. Previous to that, or when I was last here, if the insurance industry decided to bring in fire underwriters, they can do so at any time as well. But pretty much they come in by request. They don't have a schedule of coming in and doing an assessment every 5 years, 10 years, or whatever. Clearly because they haven't been here since either 2012 or 2014. I can't remember which right now. So that's basically where we're at.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. I don't see any further questions or comments. If somebody wants to move the recommendation 1. Right. All those in favor? And motion carries. All those in favor? And motion carries. And so that brings us up to the BCAA Evolve program. And I believe I'm passing it over to Mr. Shaw.
Thank you to the mayor, to council. Brief report here of the BCAA Evolve Electric Kick Scooter Share Program. So the purpose of the staff report is to inform council of the existing agreement between the city and BCAA for the electric bike share program and outline the implications, the regulatory requirements, the contractual amendments that may pertain to the request by the CBRD and the BCAA Evolve to expand the service to include electric kick scooters. A fairly brief but detailed report into some of the context required, both from our council and from the province to include scooters within the program. Obviously, council is aware that there is an electric kick scooter trial at the provincial level, and so the city would have to invoke its privilege to participate in that and notify the minister of such through resolution of council. So that is part of the recommendation within. Other parts of the report really highlight specifics that existed within the initial contract and just reminding council that some of the delegated authority has already been provided, but reaffirming council's commitment to participate within the program. And then a reaffirmation of the particular location expansion that were requested by BCAA Evolve to continue to expand the function and use of the service, as well as include electric scooters within the provision thereof. There's quite a bit of detail with respect to e-scooters and the privileges that are afforded to them by the ministry under the Motor Vehicle Act. And so they're fairly prescriptive in their overall use and limitations, which is detailed. So I'm happy to answer any questions with respect to that. And with that, I think I'll turn it over to the team to ask any questions they may have. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Maybe just quickly, obviously this is split into two recommendations. We could just pass recommendation 2 and say that, you know, I assume that we would like to allow electric kick scooters, but recommendation 1 outlines maybe some concerns from your department and also bylaw. And could you just quickly summarize what some of the concerns might be?
Sure, and maybe I'll just clarify my here of what you've just suggested. So option 1 and option 2 both have 2 recommendations. So we're looking to seek confirmation from council for both recommendations. The second, or the B recommendation, is the required legislative recommendation to support the inclusion of the city within the participation for e-scooters. And the first is really an affirmation from council that they acknowledge and understand where we've got to date, and then provide delegated authority to the director of operations to continue to amend the contract for the inclusion of e-kick scooters. To your question with respect to some of the issues that may exist, understanding this doesn't currently exist within our community, so we look to our partner communities around the island and the Lower Mainland as some of their experiences, and Nanaimo is a great example of that. We understand there's a difference between functional use or expectation of use of e-scooters to e-bikes. E-bikes are very prominent in our community and used quite broadly. The electric bikes, in terms of Evolve, have been fairly successful in terms of the deployment, and operationally in terms of responses, both from operations staff and bylaw, have been very minimal to none over the past year of its trial. E-scooters offer or provide a different opportunity for users, and there's a likelihood of opportunity or chance that they may be utilized outside of the road network, or where they've been prescribed specifically within or for use on our roadways, which would include sidewalks and parks and so on. Our discussions with Evolve are, you know, around the opportunities to geofence specific areas, but geofencing is spatially dynamic and doesn't have specifics. I couldn't say that you could travel on one road but not on a sidewalk. It wouldn't be that prescriptive. So there are potentials for outliers to use these assets in a way that may not be legal for that. Yeah, thank you for that. Or in the best interest of the community and the participating partners in this particular aspect. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks. I'm happy to support those recommendations. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the work that was done to look into some of the issues that we raised the last time this came forward. Recently been traveling a lot of the province, including 2 communities with the Evolve scooter program. I did not see a single user of a scooter on the roadway. They were all on the sidewalks. There's also in Vancouver, they have the Lime program, which is an e-scooter program. Again, not really seeing folks on the road, they're on the sidewalk. I actually almost got run over on Saturday by e-scooter. I'm not really hearing from community that they're interested in seeing scooters and us give public land for scooters. We've had some articulation around the benefits of the bike program. And so in the staff report, it has option 3, which speaks to us just supporting the bike share program expansion. And that's actually one of the things in the staff report that I really appreciated is the analysis to date on the success of that program. The rollout, I think we, myself included, had some concerns around some of the impacts on operational services, and it appears that that's been quite minimal. The e-scooter program is a pilot from the province, and so I would be more interested in revisiting e-scooters once the pilot has been completed and there's a report. There's recently been on national news, a big investigation on the harms related to e-scooters in hospitalization visits and others. People just have to Google it. And so I'm actually just really genuinely curious to see what the province comes out in terms of their findings on this. And of note, I'm wondering specifically the question that we had, and it's in option 2, which I don't support option 1 or 2 because it's saying that we're in favor of the scooters. But I do like the last further that, which speaks to the revenue share model, which we brought up the last time. So I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit more, it was in the staff report, around how you might see that playing out. It doesn't appear like we've been able to access much financial information from Evolve around the revenues that they currently have locally. So just curious to see how you would see that play out.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to Councilor Jolicoeur. It's a great question, great synopsis of the report. And in particular, with respect to revenue cost share, we spoke to a model that exists currently that we have in the city. And you're right, the discussions and dating back to the presentation by Evolve and the CBRD, there was some discussion within that council setting about the potential for revenue share. They weren't quite forthcoming. We still kind of the report kind of precludes to that. We're happy to take the direction to go back and have those very pointed, hard conversations about what it could look like. They're very prescriptive in terms of their offering a community benefit. This is mode shift, where in comparison you might see in terms of the Pattison bus shelters, there's an advertisement, there's a net benefit for them for revenue opportunity that we as a city have an opportunity to contract with them to seek funding in support of that. And that provides a one-to-one offset in terms of our maintenance obligations for those assets. While they're here and they serve a purpose, part of an addition to our transit system, there is a maintenance obligation, whereas in the Evolve scenario, there to date hasn't been a maintenance obligation, and we have a full cost recovery model kind of inherently built within. So it's up to really council and the community to consider whether or not the net benefit of mode shift outweighs the need or the desire to seek revenue generation.
Yeah, and if I can, Mayor, just as a follow-up, is that I think the other piece around community benefit is that we are giving public land for private use. So yes, it's mode shift, but they're actually accessing public land for no costs other than having to pay for the maintenance of the land that they have. And I guess my only comment, Mayor, on this would be that we have a resolution for staff to look into revenue streams for us in this economic climate. And so I am supportive of that any way possible for us to collect revenue that aren't on the backs of residents and businesses in our community. And so I would be supporting looking at a cost sharing revenue model with Evolve. Thanks.
Thanks for those comments. And Councillor McCall.
Yeah, I mean, entering into having these e-scooters in our community is definitely not without potential impacts and risks. I have recently visited 3 communities that have them. The only real downside I noticed was the non-docking ones that end up laying in sidewalks and near bus stops. And I think that was well addressed in the model that they're using, and also in our experience that we haven't seen any of that with the e-bikes and the docking system. So my question is, we're potentially going to allow this and come back in 12 months and hear how it's impacted our bylaw and operations. And I think that is a really reasonable approach. But my question is, if we do suddenly experience an uptick in injuries, concerns, any of these potential impacts that we're concerned about, do we have the authority to turn around and say, this is not going to work? That's the part that I'm wanting some assurance around.
It's a great question. Thank you. Through the mayor to Councilor McCollum. We do, and so where we differ as a city, comparatively speaking to, say, the town, is we've entered a separate contract with Evolve and PCAA ourselves, which includes insurance and indemnification and all of those great languages that you would typically see within one of these contracts. And we have very good exit language. I think that's where you're going with this. So if we do at any point in time feel as though this is no longer working, we have the ability within the contract to remove ourselves from it, and thus they would remove their equipment from our community. We would, of course, come to council with that information. I wouldn't just make that elective decision as a staffer, but we can certainly provide that information and the clause within the contract to provide comfort for council if that is their choice.
Oh, well, that's great. That's the main assurance that I'm looking for. I think it's worthwhile to see how it rolls out. I do think that they made some really good points around e-scooters providing another benefit in terms of mode shift. And while I did have some concerns, they really had some good data to support that they are well used in the communities that they currently exist in. And for someone that is not necessarily hopping on a bike on a regular basis, using a bike requires not having loose pants. Often people don't want to use them if they're wearing a skirt. If you don't have the right bag, and the kick scooters, you can pretty much step onto them wearing any kind of footwear, pants, dresses, whatever. So I do see that there could be, just a convenience factor in terms of how people can use them. So knowing that we can make a change if a change is needed, I'm comfortable with option one. Thanks.
All right, thanks so much. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. I do see a couple more lights, so I'm not sure how many things I can squeeze in. The other municipalities, have they approved the scooters yet? Cumberland and Comox?
Thank you for the question. I believe the answer to the question is yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess, sorry, go
I'll
ahead.
just offer that I believe they deferred their decision processing through the CBRD as a memorandum of understanding between the parties, whereas we differ in terms of having an independent contract.
Yeah, so I mean, that's another factor as well. Having said that, we have a lot more sidewalks and roads, et cetera, for there to be problems on. Now, this is 12 months and we could not proceed past then if there were lots of problems. Could we pull the plug earlier if there, in 6 months, if we find there's mayhem on our streets with scooters? I mean, is there anything that can get us out of it earlier?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. As I articulated in my previous answer, the response to that is we have very good exit language within our contract. So
Sorry.
if it was elected of council that there was issues and we brought those forward and council chose to remove, then we can do that.
Okay. And they have obviously, they've assured us that they have good insurance and all of that. We're not liable for any of the mayhem that may occur.
We do have appropriate identification language within our contract, correct?
Okay. And then just my last point was around the revenue sharing. I mean, I know you brought up the potential of transit shelters, which is great, but I also think hopefully that would be up for a little bit of discussion if we went that route. I think some money put into education and awareness around cycling as well as active transportation. There's a lot of angst out there, I think, around expanding our active transportation system as well as scooters and e-bikes and bikes in general. So I think that would also be a good place to put some of that revenue into, and ambassador programs or whatever you want to call it. I'll say goodbye for now because there's such lights on. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. And maybe as a quick follow-up on the potential mayhem, and So there's good exit language. So I would assume that also would include opportunities if we see, there's a hair on fire type situation that's emergent that we would just, staff would be communicating with them pretty quickly. So
Yeah, thank you for that. I can just offer that we do have regular communication with BCAA Evolve as well as the CVRD through the transit function. We meet on a monthly basis. We have dialogue and discussion, and so we continue to understand, what the service looks like in our community and how we're responding operationally and what requirements we may need or have of both the CVRD and Evolve, and they've been very responsive to us thus far.
thanks. Mr. Corbett?
Thank you through the mayor. There's other lights, but if I could interject, the staff report does highlight that we anticipate that are going to be enforcement issues. It involves the RCMP. We have, depending on how this rolls out, we have the prohibition on sidewalks, prohibition on walkways, prohibition on our trails, et cetera. These are things that we'll need to monitor and let council know what the enforcement implications are. Thanks for the opportunity to add that.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm generally in favor of this. There were good usage stats we certainly saw from Evolve. I guess the one concern I have, I think is what many people are talking about, is the use in inappropriate places, like particularly sidewalks. And it seems the geofencing would be sufficient that if it was on a trail, which is distinctly different from a road, they'd be able to catch that. There's lack of clarity as to whether they know whether the geofencing would work in relation to sidewalks. Is that something we can get further information about and try to optimize that as much as possible so that if it is possible, it can be used to help prevent usage on sidewalks? Is there more information to be had on that? And could we talk to them about optimizing it?
Yeah, it's a fair, thank you through the mayor to Councillor Cole Hamilton. It's a great question. And as you articulated, it spatially, where there's a great distance between where you're hoping to have someone and hoping not to have someone, the geofencing works relatively well. I'm speaking a bit out of turn as it's not my technical fortitude. There are others that are probably more technically sound in terms of response to this. The devil's in the details when it comes to the geofencing, and when you're trying to afford someone the opportunity to run in a corridor that is specifically designed for multimodal, narrowing that geofence could be quite troublesome. And what we would like not to do is put in dark zones or dark spots where those assets would no longer function and potentially put someone in harm's way. So there's a bit of, again, as Councillor Moran talked about, the education piece that goes out there in terms of responsible users. I know that sound a little bit like a sales pitch, but I do know that Evolve is a fairly good onboarding process. When you onboard under their process, you have to go through a few documents to understand your responsibilities as a user, that you are going to operate in response to the Motor Vehicle Act and appropriately, and all those good things. Now, that doesn't say that everyone's required to do it in that fashion, but that's probably the best that I could offer at this time.
Okay, may I have a quick follow-up?
Okay.
Sure. I guess the question I had is what are the age range of users? How old do you need to be in order to sign up through the BCA app?
It's a great question for BCA. My recall, and don't hold me to this, but my recall is that you need to have a credit card to open an account, but I believe under the legislation, you need to be 16 to operate an e-bike and or an e-scooter.
Okay.
Because they have a credit card, you have to be, I think, a bit older.
Yeah.
Yeah. In BC, that would be 19.
19.
Yeah. So there's the.
Okay, thank you. And I would just say as a final statement, just that there was a note about if issues arise, that you bring them back to council to be addressed. I was hoping that we could sort of either way, if the program is implemented, hear back after, say, 1 month as to what the initial picture is looking like, whether it's positive or negative, so that if there is a concern about enforcement and safety, I think we'd probably want to know that as soon as possible with a clear report. So if it is supported, that's hopefully something we can receive. Thanks.
Excellent. And yeah, so, and just speaking to that geofencing, having been on a scooter that turned off while going down a relatively minor hill, but not realizing what had happened because I was moving forward and then having to walk it back up said hill, was definitely something that, as a new user, it was my first day on a scooter, obviously in another municipality. But yeah, there'll be potentially a bit of a learning curve and making sure that works out well. And again, if somebody is abusing the system and they're found out to be abusing the system, that is very easy for EVO folks just to revoke their actual account, so they can't use the system anymore. So with that, I'll pass over to Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, and I appreciate that others have mentioned the enforcement issues. It's articulated in the staff report bylaw, and that our city manager has consulted with our inspector. I guess I'm just a little hesitant supporting something that would pull resources away from fighting crime and all the other bylaw issues that we have to deal with people who probably for all good intentions probably don't know that they can't be on sidewalks with their scooters. And so, you know, to Councillor Morin's point, it's not just the education of the scooter users themselves, but also what happens to the motor vehicle users on the road, sharing a road with a scooter. And I just have lots of concerns around safety, but also the impact on enforcement. And so I'm wondering, city manager, if, or others, if in consultation with the inspector, we are actually able to glean what the real kind of resource implications has been for other municipalities that have kind of seen this roll out.
Thank you through the mayor. To Councillor Jolicoeur, I appreciate the question. When I spoke to the inspector, sort of commented that it would have been good to know ahead of time, but this was initiated at a different level of government of ours. He didn't give me any understanding. We could try and find out a little bit more in that regard, but I would say, and in the dialogue we did talk a little bit about that, is enforcement of this will be challenging because it's a situational thing. So you know, our RCMP would have to see it, you know, in order to ticket it and the like. So we're not trying to catastrophize any of these things. However, we do and have complaints come in quite often about, you know, issues. And so in order to act on that, I mean, it'll be difficult to say how effective the enforcement will be, and then difficult, but I can ask for information on what the resource implication have been. I would say that when we receive complaints and then forward them on, that would take some time, but at this point, I don't think we could estimate that. Apologies.
We have one more question, but I'll get back in line.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, just around the enforcement piece with e-scooters, how much time are we spending or resources are being dedicated to current enforcement? I mean, with these exist in our community, are we getting a lot of complaints about them?
Might defer to my colleagues.
She was, as soon as she heard that, she was walking. Thanks, Ms. O'Connell, for
Thanks for the question. We do receive complaints from time to time. Typically, the complainants will advise that there's either an e-scooter or one of those single wheel electric kind of hoverboards. Thank you. The challenge with enforcement that was referenced by the city manager is really that those are point in time enforcement. It's like catching someone smoking a cigarette in the moment they happen to be smoking the cigarette in the place they're not allowed to do it. So essentially the outcome of that for the complainant can be really unsatisfactory in the sense that we don't know who this person is. We have no way of identifying them, following up, which also poses some challenges in regard to something that Mr. Mayor, you mentioned about advising Evolve. That is very limited in our ability to advise Evolve of these kind of poor actors. That would assume that we have caught them, have their identification, and are able to convey that information. So typically when we start off like an investigation file, it's something that we can actually investigate. So our numbers wouldn't necessarily reflect the number of phone calls we've had, but whether or not it's something that we can even action on. It hasn't been raised as an emerging issue though, that requires enhanced communication or education. So that's usually a good sign that it's not super prevalent either.
Yeah, that's helpful. And I imagine if we've been having, you know, accidents, that we would have a sense of that as well. Hopefully.
That would depend,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, I mean, an accident with a complaint, I suppose. Yeah, people have accidents and we don't know about them. That's a good point. Yeah, so that's helpful. And then I would say also, while we may not be able to address complaints, at least with these, they're identifiable. So if we are hearing from the community about e-scooters, it'll be obvious when it's a program that we've agreed to versus, people out using their own is a less identifiable issue. So I think that's helpful. The other question I had is there a point where we will have some type of renewal or reinitiation with the current agreement that we have in place with Evolve? It seems to me that this is kind of an emerging program. And I'm just wondering what our next point of, I'm just thinking along the lines of this question around revenue sharing, and that maybe a good time to have dialogue around that is when the program is like fully realized and not while they're kind of initiating pilot projects and deciding where it exists in the community. And I'm wondering if there is a point in time in the future where it would make sense to start looking at that rather than currently.
It's a great question. Thank you through the mayor, Councilor McCollum. I kind of two-pronged approach to that. We currently have a 3-year contract with an annual renewal cycle. That renewal is delegated in terms of a power from council to the director of operations for renewal on an annual. So we do have a 3-year temporary contract with Evolve for the provision of e-bikes as of today. At any point in time, if council elects or chooses or provides direction, we could come back on a, say, annual basis to say, here's the update, here's what we've learned, here's the usage, here's the patterns, those type of opportunities. And then is it still something we want to continue with? And we continue to have that dialogue with the CVRD and Evolve to provide that data. The larger and broader their program becomes, the more data acquisition that they collect and the more information in terms of KPIs and usage and duration of usage and mode shift and how people are evolving and using, pun intended, how people are using those systems becomes more prevalent in terms of what we deem to be appropriate use as well as successful use within our community. And that's really as a presentation to council that could receive at any point.
Yeah, that's really helpful. I would say, given that there is kind of a regular touch point, and that I assume we're basically now 1 year into this 3-year arrangement, that my inclination would be to leave it as is in your hands and have a deeper look at whether or not there's an opportunity for revenue sharing when this program is more settled into the community.
Yeah, I will.
My 2 cents.
I will offer, just for clarity, it's May 7th is the per annum date. So that would be a good opportunity to come back as leading up to the end of that particular year. If we wanted to seek or to have a discussion about the renewal and the continuation, and we can continue to do that. That would be an appropriate time to have that conversation with council.
Yeah, that may be a good way to do it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And next, Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. My understanding is, as Mayor Wells mentioned, problem riders are identified pretty quickly, was the feedback that we had from the presentation we received. That and I think that's a really good point, that if someone sees someone driving erratically or riding a bike erratically or whatever, sometimes you can get a license plate number off a car, sometimes you don't, whatever. It's difficult to identify people, but it sounds like it's much easier to identify those problem riders, and then they're banned. So I guess I'm wondering, do you know if there's data that identifies where the rider is? So if someone calls and says, I saw someone on, Woods Avenue speeding on the hill, almost took out somebody, is there any way to, to figure out who was riding down that hill at whatever time? Are they able to track that kind of thing? Because I know they know the location of where the bike is all the time. Or the bike.
Thank you, and apologies for the overcomplicated answer. Essentially, if that capability exists within Evolve's database, that would be one piece that we can look at and confirm with them if they have that capability. If they do, and the city desires to have that information shared with us, we would have to look into entering into an information sharing agreement and make sure that we're compliant under FIPA. And because Evolve and BCAA are are under PIPA, they may or may not be able to share that information with the city. So the first question is if it does exist, yes or no. If it does exist, whether or not we would be able to gain access to it under privacy legislation would be a completely different question.
Yeah, but I mean, the RCMP would be able to access it. Like if there was,
It depends. So the RCMP is able to access that type of data similarly to how we're allowed to share it if it's part of ongoing investigation. So the desire to have access to the information has to be proportional to the need to do the enforcement. So where I am able to share personal information in compliance with FIPA is, say, for example, the RCMP needed CCTV camera footage from us in order to complete an investigation on an assault. I can share that within the regulations of FIPA. If they wanted to see the CCTV camera footage because they wanted to know if somebody was in the building, I would not be allowed to share that information under FIPA. So it's what the information is going to be used for and how it's going to be used by the RCMP to support like more criminal enforcement or more substantive enforcement that justify the privacy violation, because that data has not been provided with consent.
okay,
And I think from the GPS thing where they can actually geolocate like who was where and when, in a small community, it'd probably be particularly a little bit more effective than like in a big city, because there's not hundreds of them running around right now. But that would be one of the challenges if you have multiple scooters or bikes or devices in one area for them to, and somebody's complaining that somebody's done something, from them to be able to glean which one that was. But if there's only one device in a particular area at a time, and that's been my experience with the bicycles, is you don't see hordes of them. I don't want to say gangs, but you just see a few of them here and there. And so that provides them potentially the ability, if somebody complains, that they could articulate which user it was.
Just to add to that, there's nothing to stop a resident from complaining directly to Evolve.
And that's what I'm talking, yeah.
So like if a resident saw someone and complained, Evolve would have the ability to look at that data and then restrict their access. The difference would be that that would be more of a consumer agreement between Evolve and the customer versus an enforcement approach in order to regulate the behavior on behalf of the city.
yeah, I guess the point is that they are able to identify problem riders, which we can't necessarily do with just anybody, but and then just in terms of the enforcement, I know, I mean, I think Councillor Jolicoeur, you bring up a good point that, you know, is this gonna create a bunch of time for RCMP? But, you know, frankly, there's a lot of vehicle operators and even cyclists who are making infractions all the time. I mean, someone just passed me on the right and ran a red light and almost, you know, hit somebody. In the time that I can, you know, report that and the police find them, who knows? But those things are happening all the time. So I don't realistically see that enforcing scooter riders is going to take up a ton of time. You know, and we do have a lot of people doing even more dangerous things. So I mean, I'm not trying to minimize, we don't want anyone to be injured by them, but I think we do, as our staff has pointed out, we do have a lot of really good exit language, and I think we monitor it closely if we decide to go that route and act accordingly. Thanks.
Councillor Moore, Councillor Jolicoeur.
No, thanks, Mayor. A comment and a question. The Evolve vehicles have a little AI voice when you enter the vehicle that says, do this and this, and you have to actually push a button on the screen that says that you've checked the inside of the vehicle, you've checked the outside of the vehicle. And so in terms of trying to educate and encourage people to use a scooter in the appropriate place, which is in this case, the roadway, I'd be curious to know if they have the capacity to do that. So just a comment, because it sounds like folks are moving in a positive direction on this file, but I guess my question is, I guess, to city manager perhaps. So option 2, which is identical to option 1, except for the revenue share, and just in hearing staff speak that there is a natural timeline at the renewal date in May. Does staff require, because option 2 The last further that speaks to a report back to council at a future date. So just in follow up to the comments from staff, there's not an interest and majority of us that think we should enter a revenue sharing model now. Do you need direction to come back?
Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, clear direction is good. You had referenced the time frame for the update of the agreement. If you want to give that direction.
Yeah, so I guess I would move option 2, except for the last further that, strike out at a future date and say in preparation for the contract renewal. That suffice? Yeah.
And option 2 is not on the screen, so is
Option 2 is this identical as option 1, except for that last further that statement, which talks about the revenue.
okay. It's been moved. Okay, it's been seconded by Councillor Hillian, Councillor McCollum.
Sorry, I just wasn't really clear if the intent was to have that revenue share model report back that like at the annual renewal or at the end of the 3-year. I wasn't sure what your intention was.
Yeah, I think for me, I think the annual renewal in May, in part because although this reads that we're just talking about the scooter program, the revenue share would be for the entirety of the contract, which is the bike program, which has now been a year. So in terms of Councillor McCollum, your comments around giving time for the program to land, I think the bike program has landed. So I would like to see it back in May, if that's something that staff can do.
Is that clear, Councillor McCollum?
Yeah, that's more clear. Thanks.
And looking to staff that was captured. So yeah, so it's option 2. Oh, yeah. That's good.
I've got changes and we want to have on the screen, but
No, I don't think we need it on the screen. I mean, basically we said, yeah, I think everyone's followed unless I see any. Councillor Jolicoeur, would you like to read off that? So there's basically
The whole thing?
I think just that last part
Okay.
that's changed, if that's okay.
Further that, staff be directed to explore a revenue share model with BCAA and report back to council at May or in May in preparation for contract renewal.
Okay. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm not really in favor of looking for a profit sharing in this initiative. I suspect there is none for starters. I'm probably putting money into this program, but BCAA, as they outlined, are a not-for-profit association, and their goal is to serve their members as well as communities. So I wouldn't want to spend any time trying to squeeze money out of this. So I'm not going to vote in favor of it, but yeah, well, we'll see. Well, I'll still make a comment just in case it does pass. I wanted to emphasize the importance of education on this initiative that they're doing, and I have quite a bit of faith that BCAA will do their best. I don't think we can create bylaws for good behavior, and when it comes to operating scooters and bicycles and any other form of non-motorized transportation, or slightly motorized, if you will, being safe and fair kind of come to the forefront. If you're going to send your 8-year-old to school and they don't feel safe on the street, do you tell them, too bad, get out there? Or do you be like, well, go on the sidewalk, but the sidewalks for pedestrians and pedestrians first, and you have to respect that and you have to get out of their way and all the rest. And that's about educating people and about making sidewalks and roadways safe. I know you're not allowed to skateboard in bike lanes. I'm pretty sure that's one of our bylaws. But are we going to go out there and tell skateboarders not to travel down bike lanes? Because where should they go? It's, you know, it's about making sense and building a safe community with people that take care of each other. So I'm really excited to see this program go forward, and I don't want to inhibit it in any way. And if this happens to fail, I'm happy to move recommendation, the staff recommendation 1 and 2. Thanks.
Councillor Frisch and Councillor McCollum.
Yes, I'm wanting to move that we sever this motion so that we deal with the recommendation as it's written on the screen separately from that, and further that because I think that there's no reason why they need to be voted on together, and then we can at least advance the portion of that's on the screen before we vote on the separate piece of direction.
So that's a motion
To sever the motion. Or a request, yeah, I don't. Okay,
Excellent.
perfect.
It is severed. I don't see any lights on right now. Can we vote on the first part, which is what's on the screen right now? Everyone's clear? Yep. Yep.
You'll still have the 2 motions, they'll just be voted on separately instead of being one big motion.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it was requested. It was granted. All those in favor of what's on the screen right now? Any opposed? Motion carries. Do we want to do recommendation 2, then do the severed part? What would make best sense to staff? Severed, perfect, because we've just severed it. So severed motion, which is talking about the revenue sharing. Is everybody clear on that part? That would be fantastic. Let's do that.
So the second half of the severed motion is the council directs staff to explore a revenue share model with BCAA and report back to council in May 2026 prior to contract renewal.
Great, thanks for that. All right, and any questions or comments regarding that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And motion fails. So with that, we'll motion recommendation 2, which is on the screen now. It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. All right, I had anticipated this to be a much shorter conversation, so that we might look to alter the agenda for maybe popping the land conversation quicker. Okay, it's been moved in second to vary the agenda. I'll just remind people we're about 45 minutes behind when we normally try to break for dinner. But I want to make sure we have a good discussion with that. We're jumping ahead to item 7.2.1. It's on the screen now. And I'll pass it over to staff. Mr. Garber, oh, sorry, I didn't turn on that. Mr. Garber, are you, I know
I'm going to speak to this.
Yeah.
Sorry, just big binder. Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you know, our director is off at this time. Our acting director is here. I'm going to speak to this item. Our acting director, Rob Dickinson, is available for questions related to the infrastructure. So in front of you, we have a very important bylaw that stretches back many years, initiated in 2019. Council gave third reading to this in November of 2023. The report in front of you provides an overview that will support the final adoption of the land and zoning bylaw, the maximum of 330 residential units. Development agreement covenants attached, and it ties council's previous direction third reading to address issues related to subdivision, water, sewer, drainage, park dedication, and transportation. Over the 20-month period, staff have worked with the developer and the developers consultants Per the staff report, we identified, we had brought in specialist resources on our side to assist in that 20-month dialogue, including environmental analysis as well as infrastructure analysis that Mr. Dickinson assisted with to good outcome. The staff report focuses on a couple of key items that have come out of the dialogue. There's comprehensive information here, but one, starting on page 5 of the staff report, is the community amenity contribution. Council may recall that we brought forward a status update that this application is subject to the 2005 official community plan. So there is 3 contributions that would be considered amenities: $250,000 payable at phase 1 of the subdivision for affordable housing, dawn-to-dawn modular home or equivalent value prior to the permit for occupancy in phase 1, as then $250,000 at the time of subdivision application for phase 2. If I could just, yeah, we'll go to.
Okay, Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, apologies, Mayor. We moved really quickly. I just need to clarify, the last time this item came to council, I declared a conflict because of dawn to dawn. I just am, per advice from the corporate officer, just want to clarify I no longer have a conflict for this item. Thanks.
Thanks for the clarification. Mr. Garvin.
Thank you. Sorry, I had spoken to Councillor Jolicoeur about this, but in our change, it got jumping there. And then payable at phase 2 subdivision to the Parks and Recreation Culture Seniors Facility Amenities Reserve Fund, $250,000. These are important amenity contributions, and they, as outlined in the staff report, that is the approach to development when considered under that community plan. As we move forward with applications for rezoning or community plan amendments, the lens will be amenities as per the applicable community plan. The second and really important topic here is parkland dedication, tree protection, and some of the environmental analysis. I'm going to start with environmental analysis was undertaken and the developer came forward. Based on the information that was identified, the Britannia roadway is not going to go forward. And that's a very important protection for environmental areas. It decreases impervious surface. And ultimately, the big picture related to environmental protection, I think, is going to be really important. It significantly alters the traffic patterns in that area, and we consider it a significant net benefit. That was worked very hard through the 20-month process, and we land there. With respect to park dedication, and the developer is here to provide some additional information if required for council. We're mindful of the timeline of the meeting, but the park dedication required for the 16.8 hectare site at 5% is approximately 0.84 hectares. And as outlined in the November 22nd, 2023 third reading report, there's also a parkland deficiency related to the overall Crown Isle development of about 0.3 hectares, making a total requirement of 1.14 hectares. Per this plan, there's a total of 2.2 hectares of land will be dedicated to the city, consisting of parkland, tree cover areas, and the environmentally sensitive areas and greenway on the east side of the site. Not all of those are considered park dedication, but there are areas that are set aside. Given the vintage of the application and the guidance provided by 2005 official community plan, Schedule C of the Lannon Master Parks Plan was developed. The resulting environmental master plan that was also developed during that time combined to outline a combination of park dedication, environmental protection areas, as well as an active transportation corridor. There's a zoom in of this on page 6 of the staff report under figure 4. And that, as I had said, is a real important outcome of the work to identify these new ESAs. It led to significant amendment to the original road network. For council's reference, though, it does not trigger anything beyond the existing public hearing. It doesn't affect density or use. Ultimately, this change contributes to protecting and enlarging the original protected areas and reduces the impervious surface and retains tree cover in this former corridor, and it represents a positive net impact. That's a highlight from the kind of land use and zoning component of this. As I said, Attached to this development covenant are schedules A to H, which provide an overview of the preliminary consolidation plan for the subdivisions, conceptual and phasing layout of the subdivision, future development in that area, the land and master parks plan, environmental master plan, preliminary infrastructure master plan, which addresses water and sewer, and a preliminary stormwater management master plan, as well as the subdivision phasing plan, and Schedule H outlines technical requirements for transportation planning. Should council consider adoption of the zoning amendment, it's important to remember that per the phasing plan, we have a significant amount of subdivision that will go forward, and that will fine tune the requirements related to all of the schedules that are there. We engaged, I would say, with a very short time frame with the Ministry of Transportation. They have provided approval of this zoning amendment just before the beginning of this meeting, and they clarified that through the subdivision approvals, they'll need to be addressing Ministry of Transportation items related to Lannon Road and Anderton Road intersection. I don't know if council has any further questions on this matter, but we have Ms. Goddard, who has our long-range planning lens, Ms. Shealy, who has our zoning lens, Mr. Dickinson that can answer questions related to infrastructure, and myself in the big picture. And then in the audience today is Mr. Brian McCauley. I believe that's prepared to speak on behalf of Crown Isle as it relates to this development, as well as Mr. Rick Waldos, who's a longtime representative of Crown Isle. And with that, I'll turn it over to questions to our council.
Council Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just briefly want to thank staff and the proponent for making this happen. And I think it's going to be a positive development for the city, for our community as a whole. And I'm happy to move the recommendation is that we adopt zoning amendment bylaw number 2973 2020.
Second. Thanks for that. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, it's great to see this on tonight's agenda. We've been expecting to see this for a little while now, so it's nice to see that we've arrived at the point where we're going to make a decision on it. I just had a question around the community amenity contribution, and we don't see this all that frequently because we rarely, I think this is the only large rezoning that we've done, like certainly to this scale in the time that I've been on council. And then we're using policy that predates our current OCP. So I just wanted to understand this a little more clearly. The 250,000 for affordable housing is based on phase one, which looks like quite a small phase, and I expect would probably happen a subdivision application fairly soon after this is adopted, assuming it goes forward. And then the next $250,000 payment is based around phase two. And yeah, I guess my concern is just around timelines. I mean, this has been, a very slow process, which is why we're using our processes from the 2005 OCP. And yeah, I guess my main concern is just about that we are continuously able to do less with $250,000 every year that we move forward. And this is already a smaller amount, I would guess, than, were we starting fresh today. So I just want some assurance that that these amounts that would contribute to these facilities in the community will be expected or required in a fairly short timeline. I do know that like a change of economic factors could really impact when a subdivision is initiated. So I guess I'm more concerned about that second payment and what could happen there if say the housing market grinds to a standstill or something like that.
Mr. Garber.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question, Councillor McCollum. Ultimately, and this is the fact as it was in place when this development was envisioned, developers were not required to pay the total cost related to the physical infrastructure improvements related to parks and open space. That the direction of the day is that they would contribute to it, and general taxpayers will be contributing to that over time. And when we have sufficient budget in place to fulfill those things, that's when they will occur. The master parks plan gives an overview of some of the details that will be included in those things, but it will be worked out on a case by case basis. This has been the long time practice with that development itself in Crown Isle. And so that is normal there. The conversation with the future neighborhood there, we would expect that the developer would lead that as they take forward their application. They disclose that as they develop, and the timing for those improvements that'll be in there. So that the time frame for the development of those is contingent on available resources. That's what I can speak to in that regard. As I talked about, when we know we'll have subsequent development at Crown Isle, the expectation would be that that approach would change, and I speak to that in the staff report. And that would be us moving into the way that we, based on council's direction, expect development to accommodate itself and kind of land on its feet. Again, the timing under the future would also be negotiated.
Okay, so just so I'm understanding your question or your answer clearly, the timing is basically open and dependent on when it proceeds, and that's not really a point that we have control over in this process, or?
The improvements to the areas that were dedicated will be dependent on funds being made available through a combination of this amenity contribution and general taxation.
What I'm asking about specifically is the city receiving the funds, though.
It's our understanding that the phases will proceed on a fairly rapid basis. The applicant is here. They could speak to generally when they think the timing is, but it would be, as you had talked about, market driven. But if you want to invite the applicant to the mic, they could speak to that as well.
Did you want to speak to this, or?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need a lengthy answer. I mean, we're far into the meeting. I don't want to delay it. And I do know that there is a keen interest in seeing this move forward. So I'm not implying that I don't think it's going ahead either. I'm just wanting some assurance around those two payments. So thanks.
Certainly. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian McCauley. I've been a development consultant with Silverado for 3 years. I can tell you that we were eager to move forward with a subdivision application for both the first and second phases as quickly as we can.
All right, thanks for that very concise answer.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say that, but okay, Councillor Helian.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to acknowledge that most of us have had the opportunity to meet with the proponents and hear about the future development plans in this area. And I appreciate that. I'm dealing with a massive headache tonight, so I'm not functioning at my full capacity. My apologies for that. But I did just want to acknowledge that we had an opportunity to ask a lot of questions about this development several years ago, and we had a public hearing that raised all sorts of concerns, primarily to do with stormwater and those types of issues. I'm pleased that most of those issues have been addressed. It's unfortunate it's taken as long as it has, but I think we're all pleased to see this development move forward, along with other developments that are proposed by Crown Isle, which are going to add a great deal to the housing needs that we have in the community, and also reflect a totally different approach to housing than has been evident at Crown Isle in the past. And I think we can thank the proponents for making changes that, in my view, will enhance the community significantly. Thanks.
Thanks for those comments, Councillor Helian. And yeah, it is really, I think, obvious that there is a real alignment with our OCP and with the vision for the city. So yeah, I totally echo those comments. That being said, it's 7 o'clock. All those in favor? All right, motion carries. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. We're going to take a dinner break. We'll be back at 25 after 7. Got just about everybody? And we're back onto item 5.4.1. And so Billmore Park and Dogwood Park Master Plan project update, and I'll pass it over to Joy. Ms. Jen.
Thank you through the mayor, through council. I'm here to provide an update on the status of the Billmore Park and Dogwood Park Master Plan project and seek direction from council to proceed with the project as outlined in the staff report. This report outlines a strategy to develop a multi-phase plan that meets the long-term needs of our community through the combined park planning of two key park spaces, Billmore and Dogwood Park. Billmore is our largest park in West Courtenay and a key recreation hub, sports fields, clubhouse facilities, playground, and undeveloped parkland. But much of its infrastructure is outdated. Dogwood Park, with its natural green space, has the potential to complement Billmore's active use. The goal is to address not only aging infrastructure, such as the 30-year-old playground, but also respond to growing community demands for parks and recreation. The project is guided from direction and recommendations from the OCP, Park Works Master Plan, and the Let's Play Courtenay Park Playground Design Standards. It includes 5 key stages: envisioning, concept plan, detailed design, construction of phase 1 through to future phased implementation. And it's important to note that our current approved capital budget is only limited to deliver the construction of phase 1 of a multi-phase plan that will span over 20 years. It starts with the replacement of the playground and construction of supporting amenities that are formed through the community engagement process. The delivery of further phases need to be scoped through this planning process, which will include developing an implementation plan, obtaining cost estimates, and identifying potential funding sources. Should council direct staff to proceed with the project as described, a consultant will be engaged this fall with a community engagement to follow soon after. Staff will return to council with a future staff report and a draft plan, and will include a preferred multi-phase concept plan for council's consideration. And with the recommendation for you, we are seeking council's direction to proceed with the development of the Billmore and Dogwood Park Master Plan.
It's been moved and seconded. Thanks for that. Councillor McCullough.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just 2 quick questions. The supporting park amenities under phase 1, we're talking about a playground, or is that likely to be like improved washroom facilities? I'm actually not familiar with what the current washroom facilities are and what state they're in. And if there's other supporting amenities that we've kind of flagged that we expect to be part of that project, if you could just expand on that.
Yes, thank you to the mayor through Councilor McCollum. So currently there is a clubhouse with washrooms. However, they are only available through request. Usually the baseball clubs or football clubs, if there's a game going on the weekend, they would make a request through recreation and open up the facility. So it's not, the washrooms aren't open to the public on a regular basis. However, as we make improvements to the park and the playground, we expect there to drive more community use, that may be something that we have to consider opening up and a service level to consideration.
And then I just had one other question, just around the phased approach. Through this process, if we do envision a redevelopment of this park that makes sense to implement in one go, is that also going to be contemplated, or are we only going to look at a redevelopment that would work in a phased process? Because sometimes it does make sense to do something all at once to save on costs or to deal with a constraint on site. And I'm just wondering if we have enough of an idea of what's possible here, that we know that a phased approach is likely to be the best scenario, or if we're open to more than one way to proceed.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the mayor, Councillor McCollum. We could absolutely bring that option to council for your consideration. With the funding that's currently in the budget, which we have about $1 million for the park and about $500,000 for the playground. Those are estimates based on sort of best guess as to what a first phase might encompass. But it's staff's expectation that that will not be sufficient for park development. I think Billmore Park and Dogwood Park offer a really exciting opportunity to look at how we deliver parks and recreation services on this side of the city, and can include some of our facilities there, and looking at how those facilities are either renovated, renewed, or even redeveloped to meet community need. And so obviously all of that is to be considered through the concept plan development and bringing that back to council. But between that and developing the currently undeveloped space, I would expect we'll see a concept plan brought forward to council that will be significantly more than 1.5 million and take many years to proceed with. Of course, that would be up to council's direction if you wanted to try and bundle or put it all together. And then, of course, based on our capacity to deliver it. But I think, again, there's a lot of opportunity in this park, especially with the facilities that we have there, and facility development can be some of the most expensive, but we might be able to meet some of our growing recreation needs at this location. And just speaking to your previous question about that phase one and what might be in it, it's possible there's facility renewal again, but because those are very expensive projects, I don't know that the $1.5 million would be sufficient. So we know that the playground is up for renewal, and so we'll be doing that work, and likely it'll be looking at how we do park development to support that playground renewal. So some options could be things like a water park or some other supporting amenities around that playground in particular. And so doing development that is cohesive for that part, and then looking at what those next phases would be.
Thanks very much for that. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. I mean, this is a little bit related to Councillor McCollum's question. If we're doing the master plan and detailed design, and then as part of that phase one, the playground replacement, when we do the design, it could very well be that the playground is completely relocated, or because, you know, in the report, it talks about the challenges, that there's a lot of room there, but maybe the site is not well utilized because it's not planned out very well. And I guess I'm wondering if that's the case, could there be challenges with, if we don't have the money to do everything at once, but the playground should be in a different location? It's like, which comes first, whatever it is, the chicken and the egg, the horse and the cart, or whatever. So I guess I'm curious about that. Like, how do we embark on the playground if we might need more infrastructure or work done to accommodate the playground in the best location dependent on the design? That makes sense.
Okay. Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Moore. In the staff report, it articulates that we expect that those large components in the park, such as the football field and baseball diamonds and the buildings, will likely remain fairly similar. I think there is some potential around the buildings in terms of their development. So phase one would really look at those undeveloped green spaces surrounding the lawn bowling, and then there's quite a large area around the playground. So likely phase one would tackle them sort of easiest item, and the one that we also have the budget for. And so our plan with the way we're approaching the scope of work is to procure a consultant who can do the concept planning for us, including the providing phased recommendations, but that we'd also have the option to use that same consultant to go into detailed design only for phase one, so that we can proceed to construction a bit faster. But all other phases would require us to go to detailed design with future consultants based on the implementation plan. But we expect, because we know the playground's due for renewal, that's going to be our priority, and that phase one would be designed around that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moran and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. I didn't think I had any questions, but it's a really great report. Well done. Excited to see it go forward. But I don't know if my question's pertaining to our rec staff, but just in conversation with the city manager around our procurement practices and the director's comment just right now in terms of combining the engagement facilitation visioning component, which is a unique skill, consulting skill, and detailed design infrastructure. Thoughts around, we've had a lot of conversations recently around procurement and around combining contracts. And so just curious if folks have any thoughts from a staff perspective around cost savings in that regard, and what we might see from the industry, because I imagine it's quite a unique specialized skill around park design. I know that we've done the design standards, so it should be easy. Just plug that in. But yeah, curious if you have any thoughts around that.
Sure. Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, I can't speak to cost savings. I think what we're hoping for is a little bit of time savings through the process. But when it comes to park development, there are a number of landscape architecture firms that this is exactly the work that they do, both the concept design and doing the engagement and public engagement, and then also the detailed design. And so we'll be hoping to procure one of those large firms who can take it from concept right through to detail. And then we're in constant discussions with our colleagues in engineering around when and how to take concept, detailed design, and construction, those phases, and where they can be put together in different ways, depending on each unique project. So we're regularly in those conversations. And for this project, because we are pretty clear on phase one involving the playground, we feel confident proceeding this way. If we didn't know that, we'd probably just do concept design and then go to a phase one separately.
And Councillor Frisch.
Just slightly related, I know we put, is it $100,000 aside every year for a playground, or is it every 2 years? Or a replacement every 2 years, I think is.
Through the mayor to Councillor Frisch, I believe it's now, and I don't want to go with the wrong number. It is more than that.
Yeah.
After the park playground design standards were adopted, we updated the financial plan. Previously, we had about 200,000, 150,000 every 2 years, which is the absolute minimum needed to replace a very small playground. With the number of playgrounds that we have and the need to replace them on a 20 to 30 year schedule, we need to be replacing playgrounds on basically an annual basis. And the cost of those can range from about 200,000 for a small playground to, depending on what you're comparing, but it could be $1 million for a community playground at Lewis Park or Bilmore Park or something. So it really ranges, and staff manage that annual budget based on the particular playgrounds planned for each year to kind of roll forward whatever isn't spent based, if it's a small playground year, to roll it forward to a larger playground the following year. But we've tried to sort of average it out.
Okay, that's exactly the question I was going to ask. Thanks.
Excellent. And I don't see any further questions or comments. Somebody wants to move the recommendation. Oh, it's been moved and seconded. Wow, let's just call a question. All those in favor? And motion carries. Fantastic. All right, well, let's move on to campaign to make back roads safe as unfinished business. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. And was Mr. Shaw going to speak to the briefing note, or Mr. Garb?
Thanks. The briefing note that was prepared through our operational services director with his assistants and our manager, Matthew Brown, it provides an overview of what we've been working on. We also met with the RCMP to talk about the engagement that they've been doing and potential around speed enforcement in the area. It was also advised that staff met with the CVRD staff to talk about what's happening as it relates to the sewer conveyance project. We have two recommendations or considerations that the briefing note be received. But the secondary component that we had heard pretty strongly, Mr. Shaw, I would say, is very directly engaged with the Backroad community, and I'm really grateful that he's managed to form a strong an open dialogue with them. Is questions really around communication, because as council may recall, we took extensive measures through the Fifth Street Bridge project to communicate using a variety of mediums outside, excuse me, wider in the community to help direct people. And the biggest issue that we were hearing was people using the back road when there are other options. So we have a series of items for council's consideration that you may want to give us direction on, including writing to the Sewage Commission relating, highlighting improvements to signage, communications, specifically communicating regarding the authorized detour routes and providing alternative options for detour communications, such as things like radio. And so that does seem a little bit old school, but we did have a great deal of success with the Fifth Street Bridge using some methods, and we had passed that on originally, but just like we experienced with the Fifth Street Bridge, we learned a lot as the project was unfolding, and we think that might be an opportunity for council to respond to concerns that are raised. Myself and Kyle are here for questions if you have any.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And yeah, I mean, in particular, I remember commercial vehicles that were oversized kept going through, and it took a lot more communication than we anticipated to tell people that they shouldn't go on a bridge that was not sized for their vehicle. And again, utilizing, well, I guess earned media as well through interviews and radio, et cetera. But yeah, it seemed to work out pretty good. Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to thank staff for option number 2. I think it's a sensible solution. It's the suggestions there are in alignment with the CPRD's traffic management plan, but asking for kind of beefing up and emphasis on certain pieces of that plan. And if only I was able to say this directly to the chair of the Sewage Commission, I'm sure he would take great note of it. But yeah, so I didn't see any other lights. I was planning to move the recommendation, but I'll just hold off. Yeah. Oh, sorry, receipt is still on the floor. So.
All right, all those in, we'll dispense a receipt. Yeah, so. Yeah. Okay, so option 2 has been moved and seconded. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, just quickly wanted to highlight that obviously the project going on from the Sewage Commission is absolutely necessary and important. But like everyone else in this town, we're learning a lot about being patient, and there's no end to the difficulties that this is imposing on us for driving around town. And I think we'll all be extremely happy when they open up the Dyke Road again. So looking forward to that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, and thanks, Mayor. Yeah, totally support the recommendation. I wanted to acknowledge 2 things, though. First of all, I did contact the regional district CAO earlier this week when he was back from his vacation regarding the backroad delegation and the issue of improved signage. Maybe that was last week. Yeah, because I think that the point that's been made that there isn't actually anything to indicate that we're discouraging people from using back road until they're on back road. Mm-hmm. And if you contrast that with what you see at the corner of Cliff and 17th, there's actually an electronic board advising that Comox Road is closed, and so people get advance notice before they turn the corner. So that was specifically what I asked about, and the response thus far, although it may be explored further, is that it's a Ministry of Highways controlled road, and they are not particularly supportive of additional signage. So But anyway, I think the more we can lean into that, the better. The second thing I wanted to note, council will have received a letter today from a resident of Back Road who has quite a different view and suggests that the delegation doesn't represent everyone on that street, and that and that individual is actually asking to come and present as a delegation in August. And I know they haven't done the actual application to do that, but it may be worthwhile us encouraging that simply to get some balance into this discussion. Given that people are very distraught about the circumstances as per our delegation at last meeting, and probably justifiably so were we in their shoes, but it's not necessarily a universal view. Thanks.
Much appreciate that. And yeah, I think at the last or when the delegation presented, I did make the comment that, yeah, the sign that says detour on Ryan Road is about the size of a piece of paper on a post. And then once you get on there, there's another sign about the same size that says local traffic only, which is, again, pretty underwhelming. And so, yeah, definitely hope all of council supports this so that we can hopefully get some things happening. And I get that there may be some resistance, but this is not a forever solution. This is for 6 months or so. And so if we can get that done as soon as possible, and I think one, hopefully it'll have the results that we want, which is reducing the amount of traffic on that road, which is a bit oversaturated, I would say, for those that use it on a regular basis, and again, a measure of comfort for those that are inconvenienced. But back to you, Councillor Delane.
Thanks. Just one more point. I think it'd be a good reference for people to take a look at the editorial in last Saturday's Globe and Mail, which speaks about the photo radar experience in Ontario, which, although apparently universally disdained by politicians because of public opinion, has been very effective in reducing speed in school zones and at busy intersections. And the revenue it generates goes down over time as people actually start to obey the rules and not speed. So I would just mention that to lend some credence to the initiative that we passed at the last meeting, whatever the hope is of getting any success or traction on that. Thanks.
Much appreciate that. And although this is a CVRD project under the Sewer Commission, if there's any way that I can assist in getting that message out there, I'll definitely be doing whatever I can to get that out there as well. So with that being said, all those in favor? And motion carries. And we'll get into our bylaws. 7.1.1, updated subdivision and development services bylaw 3190. It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Garvin.
Yeah, our acting director, Rob Dickinson, will speak to this, give a short overview of this very important bylaw.
Yep. I think it kicked in now. Good afternoon. Before council is consideration of an updated subdivision and development servicing bylaw. The subdivision and development servicing bylaw sets the processes and standards for the construction of infrastructure that the city eventually takes responsibility for through the subdivision and development process approvals. The proposed bylaw addresses changes in process, discussions with the development community, and improves clarity of interpretation, and also addresses current legal practices. Key amendments in the bylaw are listed in the first page of the report, and they include such things as delegate to subject matter experts on staff the ability to vary technical standards such as hydraulics and road geometry, implement a professional reliance model providing clarity of professional commitments from engineers and others and their responsibilities, and clarity of interpretation, for instance, not requiring full securities for works on private property prior to subdivision approval, which drastically improves the cost effectiveness for developers. These amendments have been discussed with the development community, resulting in revisions to wording and processes to address concerns that they raised, as well as their insurers. And at this time, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Excellent, fantastic, really appreciate it. And yeah, it just takes me a second to get your mic on there once you push the button. So in the future, I'll be as quick as I can. So appreciate that. Councillor McCullum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Couple questions. Just the shift towards reliance on qualified professionals. I think this is maybe a fairly common or increasingly common practice. But I just want to understand some of the complexities around it, because it sounds as though we would rely on a single, and correct me if I'm wrong and misunderstanding, but the developer can provide an analysis from an engineer saying that, a certain piece of infrastructure is not required for the development. But we don't always have agreement on these things. I don't actually have to go back very far to think of differing information that we've received from qualified professionals. So I'm just wondering how the city deals with that additional risk, and whether, if we receive something from a qualified professional that just doesn't quite sit right, what's the process for that? Because it sounds as though one qualified professional stamp is enough for a developer to move ahead.
Mayor, Your Worship. So there's a couple things there. One is the intention of the professional assurance, and we always have the ability to step in if we aren't agreeing with what we're seeing. And what we would continue to do is always review the reports. So the initial studies, like Land In Today, for instance, they did a preliminary infrastructure master plan, and we did an in-depth review of that several times with various departments and gave really critical feedback. And so we'll continue to do that, because you will have professionals who will use like different, I'll say, safety factors or different things that aren't specific to our bylaws. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that in various departments, actually, but definitely in the development engineer position. And then further to that, for most of these assurances, what they're signing off is professional assurance that they're going to design it to substantially meet our standards. And so that means that they're going to submit their drawings and we're just going to accept them. We're not even going to look at them. And so the catch on that, and I've warned them all about this verbally and in writing, is that that's fine. So you better do your job right, because we're going to come and do a final inspection. And if we find you didn't follow our bylaws, that's not the time that we're going to go, okay, that's fine. We're going to be we're going to either make you rip it out of the ground because you didn't give us forewarning, or you're going to have to have a pretty good explanation on why your contractor built something contrary to your design. And so that's going to be then the cost to the contractor or the cost to the engineer, because they have errors and emissions insurance. And I've gone down this path because I was the engineer in Vernon for 10 years, and they have this there. And you only have to take one engineer by example, and the rest are like, oh, okay, we better do our job better.
Kind of like the scooters, I guess.
So it basically, the risk of running into an issue is either going to be held by the engineer or the developer, but the city ultimately, as long as we're inspecting the work, we are not really assuming any new risk in changing this process.
Correct.
Is that right?
That is correct.
Could I just ask another quick question so we don't have to go around? It's a minor one, but I did want clarity. There's just one paragraph in 3.1 that allows the Director of Development Services to waive all conditions if the developer is a charitable, philanthropic, or not-for-profit corporation, and the development is intended exclusively for the purpose that is directly related to purposes of the city. Could you give me an example of when this would occur, why we have a provision like this?
There's great examples, and this would be something to say is going back to the actual review process and delegating authority to staff, is we will have discussions between the various departments on these, and we will record all of our decisions. So we'll always know that, oh, we did this for this reason, and it doesn't apply to this instance, so that we're consistent. And on this, for instance, is the Grieve project that L'Arche are doing. They're requesting that they don't do the curb and gutter in the frontage because the low profile, they're arguing, is easier for a lot of their mobility impaired or visually impaired residents to be able to manage. So it would be something like that where we would talk it through with the engineer and come up with some improvised solution, or just say, you don't have to do that at this time. With many of these instances, if it, for instance, is a substandard curb and gutter or sidewalk, then the conversation is obviously with operations and council and finance department where, okay, we want to relieve them of this commitment, but somebody has to do it, and it's gonna be the city, so then we need money. And that's where the rubber hits the road, because we can't just forego, oh, don't worry about it. It has to be done. So then we have to come to council and ask for money in those instances.
Yeah, so I mean, this was I did wonder if this was what we were referring to, because we have ran into this before with a with the Habitat for Humanity. There was council ended up using affordable housing funding. And so in that circumstance, we didn't have this provision in the bylaw. And so rather than making a determination at the staff level, it had to come to council. Is that right?
Exactly. And the intention is, because this could, and I'm sure you have the concerns, and this is one of the things we talked about, is what are the goalposts for staff? Like, how far do we go with this? Like I said, $1 million of offsites, and staff say, don't worry about it. That's not the intention. It's even if it's $5,000 or $10,000, there's various directors looking at it and going, is this appropriate? And if the works still have to be done, then we do have to go to council and ask for the monies. The process in here as well is by having this in the bylaw, the clarity goes to the applicant, where they aren't applying for something and then 6 months later they realize they have to do curb and gutter that they don't want to do. They want to start building tomorrow, and they want us to relieve them of that capacity. So now we'll be like, well, no, day one, you have an engineer who we've identified all these things that have to be done. You need to come and talk to us if you don't want to do that now. You don't say it in 6 months, because that's what's happening in many instances in other places I've worked, where they're about to break ground and they're like, oh no, we don't want to build that. Well, this is not a good time to be asking that question.
Okay, yeah, that's really helpful. Thanks for that.
All right, Councillor, Mr. Corbett, did you want to interject? Councillor Jolicoeur?
Oh, okay. Yeah, my line of questioning was actually very similar to Councillor McCollum. How are we safeguarding our risks with this new professional reliance model? But just piggybacking on this last set of questions, that actually was a flag for me as well, because in my 3-ish years here, I haven't seen us refer to that group all collectively. Like I don't know where else we refer to philanthropic. We have some bylaws around nonprofits. So I'm just confused around who would that be? Is that a developer, private developer who is gifting a property? Yeah, just that, I don't think I've seen philanthropic before.
It was suggested by our lawyer to encompass any of these situations where there's a gift, as you've said, a gifting or an opportunity for works to be done to the benefit of society that benefits the city or its residents. That's a broad spectrum, and I can understand. And again, the intention is that whatever this is that there will be a conversation, obviously, with the CAO, other directors, to how and when we take this to council. So this isn't a green light to say, okay, this, for instance, they're doing a development. And again, because it was land in today, they're doing a development, one of their lots they're gonna gift, so we're just gonna give them a free ride on all the offsites. That's not the intention. This would be coming back to council for these conversations.
Yeah, I think I was just a little worried that we've got some very intelligent business professionals in this community who I think could potentially see an opportunity there. So I'm really happy to hear that there are safeguards. I guess my second question, Mayor, if I can, is just around the professional reliance model. And so in hearing your response to Councillor McCollum around the, potential risk mitigation around the final site visit, the list of professionals that are utilized, is it like anyone that's qualified under a college, an engineer, or do we have a pre-qualified list that the city's approved? Here's 100 potential engineering firms that you can use that we also trust, or is it just any developer can use any firm, any biologist, any engineer?
Well, they would have to be a professional engineer through the association in this province, and a good standing member. and as well as a qualified environmental professional. To be a biologist, they'd have to have a professional designation. And where the province has been moving for the last few years is towards a combined professional governance act where they intend to have everyone under that. They've started with engineers and architects and a few other, and so they're going to put everyone in there. And so the intention is to follow basically what the province and other municipalities have been doing and recognize that you have professional credentials and obligations, and we're going to hold you to that.
Okay.
And I must say, like, this does, there's always risk. So it doesn't eliminate our risk. The catch is always going to be doing these final inspections and making sure they're submitting everything they're supposed to submit. For instance, like pipe video inspections, making sure they're done everything the way they should. And we're still going to receive that at the end, review it in detail. What this will eliminate is in some applications where you'll have some engineering firms who rely on us for quality control or quality assurance. So we will be reviewing their drawings. There'll be poor drafting. There will be all kinds of things. We've had one where there's 120 comments on a 10 drawing submission. And personally, I've never seen that in my career before. So it's been 30 some odd years I've been practicing. So I was surprised by that. And it's just because over the years they have become, I'm not gonna say complacent, but they've recognized that we do a very thorough review because we have great staff. So they're like, great, well, we'll do our best and they'll catch everything we don't. And I'm not saying that that's what they're doing intentionally, but when you have 120 comments on one drawing submission, you have to wonder what happened there.
Yeah, people are spending a lot of money on those. So yeah, thanks. I guess just as a follow-up to that, Mayor, just in terms of some recent curiosities that I have around this specific topic is, so there's the professionals themselves have insurance. Obviously, you worked with legal on this. So if there is potentially an eventuality that something is not as per what was approved, again, just to clarify, like, case law confirms that we would be in our right to get any kind of financial support if there is damages as a result of something not following the right engineering design. Okay.
100%. And there's one of the things in here as well, which is I find really important because I've had issues with this in other places where there's a commitment from the owner to hire a qualified professional to coordinate the work. Because sometimes the owner wants to do that. And so, for instance, I've had a road fall apart 2 years after it was built. And I'm calling up the geotech saying, what happened here? And they said, what do you mean? They built it already? I didn't know. And it's because nobody called them. So there's no obligation on the professional because he didn't do any inspections. He wasn't called. So now the owner has to ensure that there's a professional responsible to make sure that call is made. And so with all of this is that obligation on the professionals through this assurance is they're going to do everything they're supposed to do. And if something does go wrong, it's going to be either errors and omissions or gross negligence on the part of the engineer. Errors and omissions is simple. It's just their insurance, and that's usually what they default to because you don't want to go through court with gross negligence. Or it's going to be found in most instances the contractor did something that they cut a corner or something and the engineer wasn't there to see it. You catch it at the end, they fix it, or they pay compensation if we're willing to take that, if it's better for the municipality to take compensation, and then we move forward.
All right, I don't see any further questions or comments. Thanks so much for the great answers. All those in favor? All right, we are on to the near last item, 7.2.2 zoning amendment bylaw 3186, 649 McPhee Avenue. Excellent. Councillor Frisch.
Just one question, is that your, I'll ask it over here. This is changing from industrial, it's light industrial or industrial something to MU4. Does that mean that it will no longer be able to be used for light industrial like the rest of McPhee? I think we asked that last week.
Through the mayor to Councillor Frisch, that the use is, it would be not industrial, but the designation remains the same in the community plan. So the future use of that property would be guided by the community plan.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions or comments. All those in favor? And motion carries. And council reports. Councillor Cole Hamilton. Should I just, does anybody have a council report? Okay. With that, we're gonna go into someone can do in camera. All those in favor? Motion carries. We're adjourned.